Yeah, we did.
And
Good morning, Andy. This is Cam. Are you able to hear me?
Yep, Cam, we're able to hear you.
Okay, very good.
Awesome. And it looks like it's 10 o'clock. So Mr. Secretary, I'll hand it over to you.
So good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Board of Water and Natural Resources March 26, 2026 meeting. I am Secretary of the Board. My name is Todd Bernhard. And due to the absence of our Chairman and Vice Chairman, I am going to ask that we open it up here and appoint a temporary Board Chairman for this meeting. And so I will take nominations from the floor.
Jennings nominates Gary Drews.
Second,
I
Becker.
will second. All right, very good. Shall we vote? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carried. Mr. Drews?
Very good, thank you. I am Gary Drews, and as the temporary board chairman, I'd like to welcome everyone participating in today's meeting or listening online. This meeting is streaming live on sd.net, a service of South Dakota Public Broadcasting. For the benefit of our online listeners, I request that all participants please identify themselves when speaking during the meeting. Participants should also remember to unmute their microphones only when speaking. The meeting is being recorded and the audio will be made available online following the meeting. To find the audio recording online, do a web search for South Dakota Boards and Commissions portal. Follow the link and select the name of the board. If members of the board's Legislative Oversight Committee are participating in the meeting remotely, please acknowledge your presence at this time. Hearing none, we'll move on to approve the agenda. Is there any questions or discussions on the agenda? If not, I take a motion.
So move, Bernhard.
Second, Lanning.
Got a motion and a second, and I think we'll follow staff's recommendation here and do a roll call on any motions today. So I'd ask for a roll call of the vote.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
and Drews.
Aye. Motion approved. Next item is approve the minutes of both the January 8th, 2026 meeting and the February 26th, 2026 board meetings. Any discussion? I take a motion.
Motion to approve Jennings.
Second,
Lanning.
Bernhard.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 I'm sorry. I broke my own rule here. Let's do let's do the roll call. Brenda, can you do the roll call for us, please?
Of course. Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
and Drews.
Aye, motion passed. Thank you. Sorry about that. We're on item number 4, which is the public comment period. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to bring any concerns or questions to the board at this time? Seeing and hearing none, I will move past that and we'll go to item number 5, which is an update and amend assurances, terms and conditions for the Consolidated Water Facilities Construction Program and the Solid Waste Management Program. Tina, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Prior to starting with item 5, I would like to note that Representative Yuri Bulk has joined us online. And also Senator Melhoff has joined us in the room for legislative oversight. I would also like to note a few staff changes for DANR. We have a new grant and loan manager, accountant manager. John Bushong is in the room, and he will be overseeing our financial side of the program. Unfortunately, Megan Briggs has taken a new position, so we are now looking for a new grant and loan specialist 1 for our program and moving forward in that process. I'm just wanting to give a quick staff update. All right, item 5. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the assurances, terms, and conditions for the Consolidated Water Facilities Construction Program and the Solid Waste Management Program have significant The assurances, terms, and conditions for the Consolidated Water Facilities Construction Program and Solid Waste Management Program last had significant updates in November of 2016. Since that time, there have been changes to standards, state contract, and grant agreement language. Changes are primarily focused on language consistency and placement within the document. These changes are to ensure future grant agreements are in compliance with current state standards. A new set of assurances, terms, and conditions for the Consolidated Water Facilities Construction Program and Solid Waste Management Program has been prepared with the help of legal counsel. Other revisions involve minor grammatical changes, new section headings, and updating section references. A draft of the proposed updates for both documents was included in our board packet. Staff recommendation is to adopt the new assurances, terms, and conditions for the Consolidated Water Facilities Construction Program and Solid Waste Management Program.
Any questions relative for Tina relative to the update? This is a 10-page document. I would take a motion to adopt the new assurances.
Motion to adopt, Becker.
Second, Jennings.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Brenda will call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
and Drews.
Aye. Motion adopted. Item number 6, again to Tina, updated authorized representative to act on behalf of the Board of Water and Natural Resources and the South Dakota Conservancy District.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In May 2019, staff worked with the Attorney General's office to create a document that designates authorized representatives to perform specific duties on behalf of the board and the district. Specific staff are authorized to perform duties on behalf of the Board of Water and Natural Resources and the South Dakota Conservancy District through a series of forms from the trustee U.S. Bank and designation letters from the department secretary. Due to staff changes, the authorized representatives document needs to be updated. The document outlining designated staff for certain activities was included in the board packet. Staff recommendation is to approve the updated authorized representatives document outlining authority for staff to perform specific duties on behalf of the Board of Water and Natural Resources and the South Dakota Conservancy District.
Any questions of Tina on the updated authorized representatives? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the staff recommendations and approve the updated authorized representative document?
Motion Jennings.
Second, Lanning.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Brenda, would you call the roll, please?
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Manning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Next item is legislative update. Tina, you're up again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the 2026 legislative session, there were 3 bills that were passed that relate to the Board of Water and Natural Resources. The first is Senate Bill 37, an act to make an appropriations for water and environment purposes and to declare an emergency. This is our 2026 water omnibus bill, in which passed as presented and which was consistent with the board's recommendation. As a reminder, this allocated $3.425 million in SWARMS grants, $11.4 million for the Consolidated Grant and Loan Program, and $3.4 million for the Solid Waste Management Program for grants and loans. As the bill had an emergency measure, this allows us to utilize the funds prior to July 1st. And we will be recommending funding packages using those grants further on in our board meeting today.
Thanks,
Second-
Tina.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
go ahead.
The second bill is Senate Bill 222, an act to make an appropriation for eligible water, wastewater, stormwater, and riparian buffer initiative projects and to declare an emergency. This bill allocated $2 million of general funds to the Board of Water and Natural Resources to award as grants for water, wastewater, or solid waste projects. The emergency clause allows for use of the funds prior to July 1st, and we will have some funding recommendations for this funding. Another part of the bill also allocated $8 million to the Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources for riparian buffer initiative projects. This award will go directly to our watershed protection program, which will utilize those funds for their further efforts in that area. And then a third bill was Senate Bill 231, an act to create the Water Infrastructure Development Fund to provide an appropriation to provide for the awarding of grants and loans for the fund for certain rural water projects and to declare an emergency. This bill created a Water Infrastructure Development Fund and authorizes the Board of Water and Natural Resources to award grants and loans from the fund. Expenditures from the fund must be for construction, planning, and development of rural water projects. A condition of the bill was that the board shall establish criteria through the rulemaking process for selection of water projects. $3 million of general funds was allocated to this fund. As we're moving forward throughout this year, we'll be working on what the rulemaking process and rules will look like, and we'll be following up with the board on any further rulemaking and criteria developments as we go through that process. And with that, Mr. Chair, those are my legislative updates from the 2026 legislative session.
Thank you, Tina. These were for informational only, but if anybody has any questions regarding the bills, now's your time to ask staff to answer those. No questions? We'll go on to item number 8, our meeting schedule for late 2026 and 2027.
All right, each year, the board establishes a tentative meeting schedule for the upcoming state fiscal year. The following meeting dates are suggested for the board's consideration for state fiscal year 2027. September 24th and 25th, 2026, November 5th, 2026, January 7th, 2027, March 24th and 25th, 2027, and June 24th and 25th, 2027. I will note that the March meeting is scheduled for a Wednesday, Thursday versus a Thursday, Friday. We did that due to the Easter holiday being the following week, that weekend. So we thought it would be prudent to move that meeting a little earlier that week. Staff recommendation is to set the tentative state fiscal year 2027 schedule for the Board of Water and Natural Resource meetings.
Thank you, Tina. Any questions regard to the proposed meeting schedule? Is there a motion to establish the tentative meeting schedule for next year?
Bernhard would so move.
Second,
Becker,
Lanning.
second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, Brenda, please call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
and Drews.
Aye. Looks like Tina can take a little break here. We'll move on to item 9, amendment to the Randall Community Water District ARPA grant. Andy is up. Andy Brules.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you're stuck with me for a little bit now. My first thing here today is an ARPA fund request. So give a little history where this one comes from. The American Rescue Plan Act funds. The original amount provided was $600 million in the 2022 legislative session through Senate Bill 62. There were additional funds provided in the 2024 legislative session as well. However, that's not where the source of these funds came from. In the 2023 legislative session, Senate Bill 20 was passed, which provided the board discretion on reallocation of funds from that original $600 million. Reallocated funds may only be provided to existing ARPA grant recipients, also to meet U.S. Treasury requirements. But we are able to reallocate to existing projects to make sure we fully utilize those dollars that have been provided. There's currently $645,340.55 of unobligated ARPA funds. And these are mainly due to a few projects that were had some deobligations due to not completing the full scope or the project coming in slightly under budget at the end of the project. So there were some reductions there. Staff reached out to Randall Community Water District to see their interest, and they have submitted a request for additional ARPA grant funding consideration. Little history on the Randall project. On June 23rd, 2022, Randall was awarded a $38,734,175 drinking water SRF loan and an $11,256,825 ARPA grant. This project is large in scope, and 2 additional drinking water SRF loans have been awarded for it, totaling an additional $50 million. In June of 2024, the ARPA grant was amended to award an additional $10 million. This was from funding that was provided in the 2024 legislative session. And then in May of 2025, the Randall project was awarded an additional $1,165,550.05. The total current ARPA grant is $22,422,375.05. This was a large project to address increasing demand among their existing customers, but primarily focused on supplying water to the city of Mitchell as a redundant water source and to meet their needed demands as well. The ARPA project includes 38 miles of HDPE pipe from the storage facility near Platte to an existing tank near Stickney. The proposed improvements also include providing capacity to the system to allow Mitchell to connect their redundant water line. That includes booster stations, storage facilities, and an upgrade to the Platte water treatment plant, which were necessary to complete the full improvements. They do have sufficient eligible remaining costs to use the additional ARPA grant funds and in a timely manner that will get those expended well in advance of the December 31st, 2026 deadline. Staff recommendation is to award an additional $645,340.55 in ARPA grant funds to Randall Community Water District, bringing the total ARPA grant to $23,067,715.60. We do have Greg Powell on behalf of Randall Community Water in the room. Greg, would you like to address the board?
I would. Thank you, Andy, for the recommendation. Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for considering this ARPA grant. I'm Greg Powell with Pinpoint Corporation. I'm here representing Randall Community Water today. This project is sort of a groundbreaking project. It's one of the first design build projects of this magnitude for water, wastewater. It's over $100 million project. It is a design build project being done with HDPE pipe. And the pipe's actually being manufactured in Belfouche, South Dakota. So if you see a bunch of black pipe going down the interstate as you're traveling, it's being manufactured. It's 30-inch HDPE pipe. The other unique thing is we built the second half of the project first. There's 30-some miles of the pipe that is in the ground now. It's bent pig. They're starting the pressure testing. And because of some smaller lines that Randall had that went up to Stickney, by June, we'll actually be able to deliver a limited amount of water to Mitchell and Davison Rural Water and AB Rural Water. It won't be the full capacity. At full capacity, this line will provide 5,000 gallons a minute of water, 3,500 of which is allocated to Mitchell, the balance to Davison Rural Water and Aurora Rural Water. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but again, thank you for your consideration and thanks to the staff for their consideration.
Thank you, Greg, and good to see you. Is there any questions of Greg Powell at this point? Very good job, Greg. Thanks for being available today. Appreciate it very much.
You're welcome.
Is there a motion to adopt that amendment?
Motion Jennings.
Second Bernhard.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Manning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Item number 10, amendments to the state water plan and 2026 clean water SRF and 2026 drinking water SRF intended use plans. Back to you, Andy.
Thank you, Chair. We will need 3 separate motions for this at the end, and we'll split those up just slightly. So just so you're aware, water projects, which will require state funding or need state support for categorical grant or loan funding, need to be on the state water plan. The Board of Water and Natural Resources annually approves projects for placement onto the state water facilities plan and provides for amendment of projects onto the plan. Placement of a project on the state water plan by the board provides no guarantee of funding. The projects placed onto the plan at this meeting will remain on the facilities plan through December 2027. Projects seeking a clean water or drinking water state revolving fund loan must be included on the project priority list of the intended use plan. The state water plan applications are used to determine which projects should be amended onto the state revolving fund project priority list. There were 3 state water plan applications received by the February 1st, 2026 deadline. The list of projects was included in the board packet. As I present the applications, I will also identify those projects to be recommended for placement on the clean water SRF and drinking water SRF project priority list. Our first application is from Clay Rural Water System. This project is related to the city of Elk Point, which their existing wells in the city and storage tanks do not have sufficient capacity to meet their peak day usage needs. The raw water from the wells also has some water quality issues in Elk Point related to hardness, iron, and manganese. The city's existing treatment plant is at the end of its use, not able to be expanded for additional capacity. The city would like to consider pursuing a connection to the Clay Rural Water System for bulk water supply and to construct a new water storage tower to meet peak day demands. Connection portion of the project from Clay Rural Water to Elk Point for a new water source is eligible for consideration for emerging contaminants funding due to the manganese issue. This project would be placed on the drinking water intended use plan with 211 points, an estimated loan of $16,932,500 at 5% for 30 years. Our next state water plan application is rather similar. This is from the city of Elk Point. Basically, Elk Point and Clay Rural Water are in discussions and working with their consulting engineer currently to kind of determine which portions of the project need to be taken on by which entity due to ownership concerns and on long-term operation and maintenance. So Elk Point is essentially placing the same project on the same water plan to allow for them to apply for a portion of funding that will likely be needed from the city as well. Those discussions are ongoing, but this will give that flexibility in there. But it is the same project to make a bulk water service connection from Clay Rural Water System to Elk Point, as well as storage improvements and potentially some limited in-town improvements in Elk Point as well to make the connection feasible. Project would be placed on the drinking water intended use plan with 149 points. Note most of the difference in the point totals is related a little bit to the population differences in the point scoring associated, as well as the city of Elk Point does not meet the affordability point scoring level that Clay Rural Water System does. So there's a difference there. Projected state funding need, $15,912,000. Again, slightly different because the projects are still being worked out and slightly different work aspects included in both. And a rate and term estimated of 3.75% for 30 years. The last state water plan application is from Hecla. They are proposing to replace 400 feet of sanitary sewer, reroute 850 feet of sanitary sewer to avoid conflicts with other facilities, and replace their existing lift station that is beyond its useful life. Estimated, this would be placed on the clean water intended use plan with 6 points, an estimated loan of $2,500,000 at 4% for 30 years. Staff would recommend placement of all 3 projects onto the 2026 State Water Facilities Plan.
Thank you, Andy. Is there anyone wishing to address any one of these 3 projects? Are there any questions from the board relative to these 3 projects? If not, I would take a motion to approve the amendment of the Clay Rural Water System.
Motion to approve, Becker.
Second, Lanning.
Got a
Chairman.
motion and a
Chair, we can do a motion to approve the state water plan applications, and then we'll do separate motions for approval of the drinking water, the SRF intended use plan application. Sorry, that was my mistake in the distinction. So the recommendation is to place all 3 projects onto the state 2026 state water facilities plan. Sorry.
That's okay. Is it okay with the motion and seconder to withdraw that motion?
Yep, you bet.
Yes.
So then I would need a motion to approve amendment of projects onto the state water plan. Proposed changes, just to the state water plan. Is that correct, Andy? Is that where?
Correct. Yes, the 3 projects onto the 2026 state water facilities.
Okay. Okay. Is there a motion to approve those?
I'd make that motion amended.
Lanning.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussions? Brenda, would you please call the roll?
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Manning,
Aye.
and Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Thank you.
The second
Andy,
item,
please tell us what the language has to be for the next motion.
yep, we will do that. So we'll move on to the Clean Water SRF intended use plan amendments. Showing on the screen, in the middle of the screen are two projects that staff would recommend. One is Hecla that I just presented. The other project is for Elkton. Elkton received a previous Clean Water SRF loan and Clean Water SRF water quality to make improvements to its sanitary and storm sewer collection systems. During the bidding phase of the project, a portion of the work scope was removed from the bid due to increased project cost. Elkton has submitted a new funding application to fully fund the remaining work that was included in the original funding application, and that will be presented a little later in today's board meeting. This would be placed on the Clean Water intended use plan with 8 points, an estimated loan of $1,225,000 at 4% for 30 years. I'd also note, we did make some adjustments throughout the narrative section of the intended use plan related to the congressionally approved funding for the 2026 capitalization grants from EPA. However, those, I had hoped that they were going to be final numbers. We have not heard our final allotments from EPA yet for the state. So while we did make updates, they are still estimates based on the nationwide totals. So we made those adjustments in it, but anticipate we'll be back again in June to provide final numbers once we have those from EPA. So with that, staff would recommend the addition of the two projects shown on the screen onto the project priority list be approved, as well as the narrative adjustments to the intended use plan.
Any questions? Do I have a motion?
Motion Jennings.
So move, Bernhard.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, Brenda, please call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Manning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Thank you.
Right, our last section on this item is for drinking water intended use plan amendments. Again, the two projects for Clay and Elk Point will be recommended for placement onto the project priority list, but we do have 3 additional projects that are shown on the bottom part of the screen right now that we would recommend for placement on the project priority list. All similar to the last time. Belle Fourche has received previous drinking water SRF loan to replace a well. Due to increased project costs, they've submitted a new funding application to fully fund the total project, and that will be presented later today. It'd be placed on the drinking water intended use plan with 22 points, an estimated loan of $623,000 at 3.5% for 30 years. Elkton also had a drinking water component of their project and had received a previous drinking water SRF loan to make improvements to the distribution system. Again, during the bidding, due to the cost of the projects, a portion of the scope was removed, and they have submitted an application to fully fund the remaining work included in that original application that will be presented later today. This would be placed on the drinking water intended use plan with 19 points, an estimated loan of $1,375,000 at 4% for 30 years. And last, Vermilion, again, a similar situation, received a previous drinking water SRF loan to make improvements to its water treatment plant, make some replacements of water main in the city. They also experienced some increased project costs and have submitted a new funding application that will be presented later to fully fund the total project. They'd be placed on the drinking water intended use plan with 63 points, an estimated loan of $1,015,000 at 3.5% for 30 years. Staff, and again, similar to the Clean Water SRF, the narrative section, we did update information for estimated capitalization grant allocations. However, we do not have final allocations from EPA, so we adjusted the numbers just to be a little more accurate, but anticipate we will be making presentation in June for finalized numbers to be included in the intended use plan. With that, staff would recommend the addition of all 5 projects shown on the screen onto the project priority list be approved, and for the narratives section, adjustments of the drinking water SRF intended use plan.
Thank you, Andy. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, I take a motion.
So move, Lanning.
Is there a
Second.
second? I've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, Brenda, please call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Manning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Item number 11, Dakota Mainstream Regional Water State Water Resources Management System Grant Agreement Amendment. Back to Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Dakota Mainstem Regional Water System project study has been in front of the board a few times lately. A little background here: back in 2024, in the omnibus bill, the legislature approved placement of the Dakota Mainstem study on the State Water Resources Management System, or SWARMS list, and also provided a $1 million appropriation of funding at that time. In the 2025 legislative session, an additional $1 million in grant funds were allocated for furtherance of the study. The board placed those funds under agreement with Dakota Mainstem in March 2024 and March 2025. In this year's omnibus bill that Tina went over earlier, the legislature appropriated an additional $750,000 in funds for the Dakota Mainstem Regional Water System study. Little background: Dakota Mainstem is a regional water system nonprofit entity. Their members include municipalities, rural water systems, water associations, water districts, tribal systems, and some others. Their final membership has not yet been set. They are continuing to canvass interested members as they continue through the study phase. However, I think that's getting tighter all the time. The purpose of the study is to conduct a feasibility study to determine the viability and costs to provide water and system interconnects throughout East Central and Southeastern South Dakota, as well as into northwestern Iowa, southwestern Minnesota, and a small portion of northern Nebraska as well. This is to assure water availability to meet current user needs, as well as to provide for future growth in the region. The department has received a request from Dakota Mainstem Regional Water System as the project sponsor to place the 2026 $750,000 appropriation under agreement. The second amendment to the grant agreement was drafted with the assistance of legal counsel. Staff recommendation is to approve the resolution authorizing the chairman to execute the State Water Resources Management System Grant Agreement Second Amendment with the Dakota Mainstem Regional Water System. I do believe we have representatives from Dakota Mainstem on the line. Kurt Feifley. Kurt, would you like to address the board?
I would. And I know you have a full agenda, and I'll be respectful of your time, so I'll only take a minute or two. My name is Kurt Feifley. I'm the executive director for Dakota Mainstem, and I want to thank the chairman Drews and the members of the board of Water Natural Resources for their continued support of this project. And I also want to thank Andy and the staff for their recommendation for this project as well. So your investment through the SWARMS program, as Andy said, was $1 million in 2024, $1 million in 2025, and then your consideration of an additional $750,000 for this year. That those funds have been crucial in doing our studies and moving this project forward. With that support, we have completed our appraisal study, and that work evaluated regional water needs, examined potential infrastructure approaches, and developed high-level cost information. But most importantly, it answered a key question that was before us, and that was whether there was sufficient need and justification to move forward. The short answer is yes, there is. The study confirmed that, and that it was both warranted and necessary. And so now we're working with the South Dakota congressional delegation, along with our partners in Iowa, Minnesota, to secure federal authorization that would allow the Bureau of Reclamation to participate in and help fund the feasibility study. That legislation has been introduced, and an initial hearing was held on March 17th in the Senate Water and Power Subcommittee. But we greatly appreciate your partnership and your confidence in this project. Your support has positioned our project to take this important next step. And again, I just got to wrap up there. And if there are any questions, I would be happy to try and answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Are there any questions of Kurt Feifle at this point? If not, we thank you for being available today, Kurt. Appreciate the comments on this. At this point, I would take a motion to approve the resolution authorizing the chairman to execute.
Motion Jennings.
Second, Bernhard.
Lanning.
Got a motion and a second. Any further comments? If not, Brenda, would you please call the roll?
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Item number 12, Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources New State Water Resources Management System Grant Agreement. Back to Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we have two DANR swarms related items here back to back. This one is from this current year's 2026 omnibus bill appropriation. The legislature appropriated $500,000 for the development of an online EIS-based wetland screening by DANR's water quality program. This was provided through the State Water Resources Management System component of the State Water Plan and through the project listing for statewide hydrology and water management studies. The appropriation authorized the board to provide the grant for up to 100% of the non-federal costs for the model development. This grant will be utilized to create an online wetland screening tool. Currently, South Dakota lacks a high-resolution map showing where wetlands are located. It is important to map wetlands and understand how they are connected to other protected waters. Right now, the National Wetlands Inventory managed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service provides the only real statewide wetland data, but it's been shown to be inaccurate and rather outdated at this point in time. Development of an online wetland tool will utilize existing data sources, including existing field level delineations that have been performed, to inform and improve the model's accuracy, and will be built upon in the future as well. This tool will allow state and federal regulatory staff, local planning departments, developers, landowners, consultants, and the public to understand where wetland resources currently exist and to better understand those. The department is requesting that the board place this appropriation under agreement. A grant agreement has been drafted with the assistance of legal counsel. Staff recommendation is to approve the resolution authorizing the chairman to execute the State Water Resources Management System grant agreement with the Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources. We do have Mark Mayer, who's our director of the Office of Water here and oversees this program. Mark, would you like to speak to the board on anything?
Morning. Again, my name is Mark Mayer. I'm with the Office of Water. I'm director of that division, and this screening tool will be a really useful tool, not only for the department, but for a variety of other entities, developers, and people just wanting to know where wetlands are. It'll be a great tool to help us better protect that resource and also help manage development as we move forward. And so very much appreciate the support of the board and we get
Any
this.
questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Mike, I stepped on you.
I'm good. That's it.
Any questions of further of Mike relative to this? No, thank you, Mike. Appreciate you being a participant on this also. Is there a motion to follow staff recommendations on this?
Motion Becker.
Second, Jennings.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Brenda, would you please call a roll?
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhardt,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Manning,
Aye.
and Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Move on to agenda item 13, Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources State Water Resources Management System Grant Agreement Amendment. Again, Andy.
Mr. Chair, this one, we go back in time a little bit for the 2022 state legislature appropriated $1,021,500 for the drilling and development of new groundwater observation wells and improvements to existing wells for DANR's water rights program. This was through the omnibus bill and provided as a state water resources management system project funding on the state water plan, again through the statewide hydrology and water management studies projects. Board placed these funds under agreement in March 2022, and the current grant end date is May 31st, 2026. The department has submitted a request that the board extend the grant deadline to May 31st, 2028, and amend Exhibit A, which is the scope of work of the grant. The amendments for both reasons, so the time extension deadline is allowable under our rules and laws, and that will provide the department some additional time. 2022 turned out to be a fairly busy time for well drillers with a lot of water infrastructure going on. It was very difficult for the department staff over the last few years to even get interested well drillers for what essentially was several smaller kind of discrete projects in areas, and they struggled to get bids or bids that were realistic for funding. And so this amendment will extend that time and amend the scope because we've come up, I guess the department has come up with some adjustments to secure qualified well drillers for the observation wells and rehabilitations. They've evaluated some strategies to restructure the work into some bid packages that they believe will better increase participation while still meeting the program goals. Staff has prepared the first amendment to the grant agreement with the assistance of legal counsel. Our recommendation is to approve the resolution authorizing the chairman to execute the first amendment to the State Water Resources Management System grant agreement with the Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Again, Mark Mayer from the Office of Water, which includes the water rights program, is here. And Mark, would you like to add anything?
Morning again, Mark Mayer. Yeah, as Andy said, the amendment is just necessary to give us a little more time to get these projects off the ground. We have been working to strategize how to better get them out there with an RFP or several RFPs to bundle the work up so that it's more attractive to drillers. Then we've been pilot testing some of the data loggers, and we ready to make a decision and get going on that. So additional 2-year extension. Very helpful in allowing us to get these funds the work for the state.
Thank you, Mark. Any further questions of Mark or Andy on this? Now I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations on item 13.
Motion Jennings.
Second, Lanning.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Brenda, would you please call the roll?
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Manning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Next item is item 14, Watertown State Water Resources Management System Grant Agreement Amendment. Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll give a little background on this grant agreement amendment as well. The 2022 state legislature appropriated $249,727 in grant funds for the Watertown and vicinity Big Sioux flood control study. And then in 2023 appropriated an additional $273,000 for the Watertown study. The board placed those funds under agreement with the city of Watertown in March 2022 and amended the agreement in March 2023, bringing the total currently included to $450,000. Watertown submitted a request, and as part of the board omnibus bill and the 2026 legislative approval of Senate Bill 37, an additional $175,000 in grant funds was appropriated for this study. These funds are for the feasibility level study update of the Watertown and vicinity Big Sioux flood control study, which is being completed by the United States Army Corps of Engineers. The Corps of Engineers completed a feasibility report and cost benefit study in the 1990s. In 2015, the city of Watertown worked with the Corps to somewhat re-kick this study forward. The Corps proposed at that time $1.05 million update to prepare an integrated feasibility study and environmental assessment to evaluate alternatives, identify the National Economic Development Plan and alternatives, and recommend a project. Things did not move forward with the Corps receiving funding at that earlier 2015 timeframe. They did move forward, around that 2022 timeframe. Cost estimates were updated at that time by the Corps. However, based on more recent 2025 Army Corps estimates, the total study cost is going to be $2,650,000 for the update. The non-federal cost share is 40% of that approximately, so $1,250,000. Those updates are the additional costs here in the last more recent years, primarily due to some additional alternatives that the Corps and the city wanted to further look at from what had originally been evaluated. That was based on public comment and other feedback from interested parties, and some adjustments to those to make sure that any project that would potentially move forward is the right project and does the best we can to minimize impacts to all. The state cost share commitment historically on flood control projects has been 50% of the non-federal cost share. So this $175,000 would take the total funding from the state to $625,000, which is that 50% of the non-federal portion of the cost share. The department has received a request from the city of Watertown to place the 2026 appropriation under agreement. The second amendment to the grant agreement has been drafted with the assistance of legal counsel. Staff recommendation is to approve a resolution authorizing the chairman to execute the State Water Resources Management System grant agreement, second amendment with the city of Watertown. I believe we may have representatives from the city of Watertown as the project sponsor online. Justin, are you out there? All right.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Brules. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Justin Peterson, City Engineer for City of Watertown. I'd like to thank you for continued support of this flood feasibility study. City of Watertown has regular flood events, and we're hoping that, the goal of this is to determine some options for some long-term, to address these events long-term. The Corps of Engineers evaluated 12 alternatives, and actually it's a little more than that because there's some variations of those 12, but the tentatively selected plan is a levee and a flood wall on the left bank, which is the east side, and then widening in the channel of the Big Sioux. Hoping for the final report to come out here this summer. So I guess with that, I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you, Justin. Any board questions for Justin Peterson or Andy? Hearing none, thank you again, Justin. Appreciate it. Do I have a motion to follow staff recommendations on item number 14?
So moved, Bernhardt.
Second, Lanning.
Second, Becker.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Brenda, would you please call the roll?
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Manning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Thank you. Move on to item 15, the Wind State Water Resources Management System Grant Agreement Amendment. Again, back to Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similar to what we've been doing here recently, but a little bit different project. The WINS project was placed on the swarms list back in 2023. An initial $5 million appropriation was made at that time. In the 2024 session, an additional $5 million towards the project was appropriated, and in 2025, $2 million was appropriated. So currently, there's $12 million of swarms funding under agreement for the WINS project. The 2026 omnibus bill and legislature appropriated an additional $2 million in funds for the WINS project. The WINS project, which the full name is Water Investment in Northern South Dakota, is a collaborative effort between Webb Water Development Association, the City of Aberdeen, and BDM Water. Project at final build out would provide up to 42.1 million gallons of water per day to the northeast region of South Dakota through these three systems. Project consists of raw water intake, water treatment facility, storage reservoirs, pump and control facilities, pressure reducing facilities, and up to 148 miles of pipeline ranging in size from 20-inch to 54-inch to complete all backbone and paralleling and interconnections. Specifically, and I believe WINS has somebody on the line who will give a little better background, but the primary focus of the funds currently is on some pipeline segments in the Bowdle and Ipswich areas that parallel existing Webb lines and increase some capacity there through what is choke points basically in their existing system that will allow with some additional work to get to Aberdeen water to be a portion of the total water to provide it to Aberdeen. The department has received a joint request from the three project sponsors to place the additional 2026 $2 million under appropriation under agreement. The third amendment to the grant agreement has been drafted with the assistance of legal counsel. Staff recommendation is to approve the resolution authorizing the chair to execute the State Water Resources Management System grant agreement. Third amendment with the joint project sponsors. We do have Shane Phillips from Webb Water Development. And Shane, if you'd like to give a little further on the project to the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the opportunity. Chairman Drews, members of the board, Andy, Tina, and staff. Just thank you for the opportunity to briefly speak today. Like Andy said, my name's Shane Phillips. I'm the general manager of Webb Water and representing the WINS project. And we just want to say we appreciate all the past, the current and future support this board has shown. And Andy and Tina and staff have shown to the project. What we're going to do with these specific funds is we're going to pair them with federal funds and local owner contributions as well, and just keep completing segments of the WINS project. Primarily, these will be focused on, like Andy said, near the town of Bowdle and Ipswich, and then over even towards Mina. I think we can string some of this out to help with that. So just creating capacity on Webb's original system and the backbone of the system, trying to get water service and provided to Aberdeen as quickly as possible. So again, we thank you. There's also Dave McNeil with the City of Aberdeen and Tom Jones with BDM are online as well, and we'll just stand by with questions if you have any.
Thank you, Shane. Is there any questions of the board of any of the three entities that are involved in the WINS project? Hearing none, I want to thank Shane, Dave and Tom for being available today. I still think this is one of the greatest things to happen. I know that each of you have your own individual programs, but to collaborate like this for the betterment of South Dakotans is great. So really appreciate it. Is there a motion to approve staff recommendations?
Motion Jennings.
Second, Lanning.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Brenda, would you please call the roll?
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Gonna go back to Tina, item 16. Deer Mountain Sanitary District request for loan payment amendment. Tina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On March 3rd, 2026, the president of Deer Mountain Sanitary District sent a letter requesting that the payment dates for 3 drinking water loans be amended from quarterly payments to biannual payments in May and November. The 3 loans for this amendment that were requested would be the Drinking Water 01 loan, which was closed June 25th, 2021. The Drinking Water 02 loan closed on June 23rd, 2023. And the Drinking Water 03 loan, which closed on August 22nd, 2025. This change will align payments for the above loans to coincide with the Deer Mountain Sanitary District's tax payments from the Lawrence County Auditor's Office. Staff recommendation is to approve the request authorizing Deer Mountain Sanitary District loan agreements be amended to allow payment date changes to biannual payments in May and November for its 3 drinking water loans, C462485-01, C462485-02, and C462485-03.
Are you done, Tina?
I am.
Okay. So I saw the attachment here from Osborne Enderby. Is there anybody representing Deer Mountain that wants to speak on this? Hearing none, are there any questions of Tina from the board? If not, I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations on agenda item 16.
Motion Jennings.
Second, Becker.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Brenda, please call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. So we've completed the first 16 agenda items, and the remainder of the agenda, starting with item 17, is not scheduled to begin until 1 p.m. today. And so I would declare us in recess from now until 1 p.m. Thank you all for participating and attending.
Very good. Morning, don't catch it. Get to be 7.
Gary, we're not quite at 1 yet, but we're just about there. Do see we have Gary Drews, Todd Bernhardt, Jackie Lanning, Bruce Jennings is in here with us. Cameron, are you on, Becker?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, so we have our full contingent that's available today, so just take care of that logistical matter as we get ready to go here.
Okay, sounds good. It's 1 o'clock and I think we're prepared to reconvene the Water and Natural Resources Board. I'm Gary Drews, serving as temporary chairman. I want to welcome everyone participating in today's meeting or listening online. This meeting is streaming live on sd.net, a service of South Dakota Public Broadcasting. For the benefit of our online listeners, I request that all participants please identify themselves when speaking during the meeting. Participants should also remember to unmute their microphones only when speaking. The meeting is being recorded and the audio will be made available online following the meeting. To find the audio recording online, do a web search for South Dakota Boards and Commissions portal. Follow the link and select the name of the board. I know that this morning that we had Senator Melhoff and Representative Yuri Balk on as Legislative Oversight Committee members. If there are other members participating in the meeting remotely, please acknowledge your presence at this time. If not, we will move on to item 17, drinking water facilities funding applications. And I'll turn it over to Andy.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to kick off just first by going over available funds. We'll be showing where we're at to start the meeting. We'll be pulling that up on the screen here as we go. Kind of the first set of available funds that I'll touch on that we already addressed this morning is related to the ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act funds. At the start of today's meeting, we did have $645,340.55 available for award. During item number 9, the board did approve the amendment to the Randall Community Water District application. So those funds have now been obligated. They just happen to show up still as available since everything's kind of combined on our sheet here. We'll go on to the Consolidated Water Facilities Construction Program with the new 2026 Omnibus Bill appropriation, as well as small amount of reverted funding and funds available that were not obligated from last year. We have just over $12.2 million available to start this round. General fund dollars, again, this is through Senate Bill 222, which was approved in this last 2026 legislative session. There is $2 million available to make awards. The drinking water emerging contaminants for small or disadvantaged communities, federal grant dollars, there's a little over $22.3 million available. Again, there is a limited set of eligible projects that are able to access those dollars. Moving on to the drinking water SRF principal forgiveness and the various portions of funds available. I would note the 2026 levels listed are estimates, and we're being a little cautious and completely awarding all dollars from those funds due to the fact that we do not have the final allotments from EPA, but we are pretty confident that we're within a small margin of error on what those numbers will be. Drinking water principal forgiveness available to any borrower is a total of just over $1.4 million. For disadvantaged communities from the base program, we do have a minimum and maximum requirements that we're able to provide. We can provide up to just over 4.9 million, but are only required to provide approximately $456,000. The BIL or IIJA general supplemental funds that are for disadvantaged communities also, we are required to provide a little bit over $22.6 million in total for funding. Emerging contaminants funding out of the drinking water SRF program, we have about $8.7 million available. Again, those eligibilities are limited. Similar for the lead service line, principal forgiveness for disadvantaged communities, limited eligibilities on that. And we would have, if we had eligible applicants, potentially up to just a little under $28.3 million available for those applicants. On to the clean water SRF principal forgiveness funding. Again, from the base program, there is minimum and maximum allocation levels. Based on the anticipated 2026 award, we're anticipating that the maximum available is a little over 3.1 million. However, the required amount minimum is just under 1.4 million that has to be awarded throughout the upcoming years. Supplemental funding for disadvantaged communities in the IIJA funding, a little over 6.8 million to provide. The emerging contaminants principal forgiveness, a little over 2 million could be available. However, I do anticipate we'll probably look, as we have in the past couple of years, to recommend a transfer at some point coming up over to the drinking water program where we have seen more demand and need for those funds. So that's the available funding to start the board meeting, just kind of, or subsidy funding to start the board meeting, to outline that for the board. With that, if there are no questions from the board, I'll move on into our funding applications. All right, hearing none, we will start with our first application from Brookings Dual Rural Water System. This project is related to the town of Ward, which currently operates its own water supply and is experiencing manganese levels that exceed the national drinking water standards. Brookings Dual Rural Water System is proposing to install a new loop system in their Elkton service area, which includes Ward, and this would allow them to provide water to Ward and remove the town's existing water source from use. The total project amount is $1.4 million, and Brookings Dual has requested $1.3 million. Remaining $100,000 would come from local funds. The manganese levels in Ward's current water source are above the national secondary drinking water standards. While not a primary drinking water standard, manganese is considered an emerging contaminant by EPA. This designation allows the use of the Drinking Water SRF IIJA emerging contaminants funds for the project. Those are required to be provided at 100% principal forgiveness when utilized. The other requirement for those funds is that the funding must be provided to or for the benefit of a small or disadvantaged community. Ward qualifies as both. So while funding is being provided to Brookings Dual, the project is eligible for those funds. Staff recommendation is to award a $1,300,000 drinking water SRF loan with 100% as principal forgiveness from the emerging contaminants grant. Brookings Dual had originally pledged a system revenue for a payment. However, with 100% principal forgiveness, that won't be an issue. Brookings Dual does have rates for towns of $57 per 5,000 gallons currently. Since the funding is provided at 100% principal forgiveness, there's no direct financial impact to Brookings Dual Rural Water System. Ward users will likely see some additional costs based on the connection to Brookings Dual. They currently charge their residential users based on a flat rate of $25 per month for water. Ward is a population of 41 and serves approximately 28 customers. If Ward were to keep their $25 existing rate for their system operation, as well as the $57 charge from Brookings Dual, their total rates would be approximately $72 per month. We do anticipate that with them removing wells and some of those costs associated with operation and maintenance of that, they may be able to consider reducing their cost for service for the town somewhat. The engineers did look at if Ward were to construct their own water treatment plant, the capital costs were anticipated to be more than $4.2 million to remove the manganese on this project, as well as having ongoing operational costs for Ward to operate their treatment system. They did a comparison of a 15-year present worth analysis for both options, and that showed an annual cost savings from Ward constructing their own compared to connecting to Brookings Dual of nearly 5 times more for the town to continue operating their own water system with a treatment component. The loan would be contingent upon the applicant resolution becoming effective following its publication, contingent upon the borrower approving and executing a promissory note, and contingent upon the receipt of the 2025 Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Emerging Contaminants Capitalization Grant from EPA. If we have representatives from Brookings Dual on the line or Ward potentially, now would be your opportunity.
Afternoon, everybody. This is Patrick Deering with DGR Engineering. Speaking on behalf of Brookings Dual Rural Water System. I'd like to thank the board and the staff for their consideration of our funding package. Andy did a really good job of describing the project. We're looking to provide a connection to the town of Ward by supplementing the existing distribution system in the Elkton service area, put in some larger diameter mains that would be capable of providing service to the town of Ward on demand, and be able to replace their existing water source, which, as Andy mentioned, exceeds the health advisory level for manganese and emerging contaminant. So yeah, Andy did such a good job of describing the project that I don't have a whole lot to add to him, but I do really want to express my appreciation for the work that Tina and Andy did to help us develop this project, and would gladly answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Patrick. Any further questions from the board relative of Patrick on this project? Hearing none, do we have a motion to accept the staff recommendation? Have a motion, is there a second?
Second, Becker. Bernhard.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Brenda, would you call the roll, please?
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
and Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Item B. Andy.
Next application is from Webb Water Development Association. They currently serve what is the area of Wakota as a Class C bulk user, meaning Wakota operates their own individual drinking water system and lines, but receives their water from Webb. Webb is proposing to replace the existing water system with new lines and install new water meters, pits, and valves for all users. And at completion, Webb will take over service to Wakota as individual members instead of a bulk user. Total project amount is $363,000, and that is the amount that's been requested. With the completion of the project, Webb will serve and charge Wakota users as individual customers. Any debt that would be incurred for the project would be assessed directly to those 10 users that are in Wakota. In discussions with Webb, if we were able to provide a fairly good funding package, they would be willing to put a portion of funding into the project of their own local cash to remove the need for debt on behalf of the Wakota residents. Just like to mention that every $100,000 of debt associated with residents in Wacota would translate to approximately $59.15 per user in monthly debt service. This consolidation also allows Wacota to no longer be responsible for operation of a water system and meeting any regulations associated with that. Webb will take over that responsibility. Staff recommendation is to award a consolidated grant at 80%, not to exceed $290,400. I would note that by law, the maximum award allowable from the consolidated program are 80% of project costs or a $2 million individual project maximum. Security pledge for the project is system revenues. However, with no loan recommendation, that is not an issue. Current Webb rates for individual users are $99.50 per 7,000 gallons. Again, if the remaining $72,600 was provided as debt, there would likely be an increase to Wacota of $42.95 a month, taking it total rates to $142.45. Based on our understanding with Webb, there will be no additional costs assessed to Wacota users, and they will pay that regular $99.50 that other Webb individual customers would provide. There are no contingencies since this is not a loan. I do know Shane Phillips with Webb is on the line. And Shane, would you like to say anything to the board?
Yeah, good afternoon again, Chairman Drews, members of the board, Andy, Tina, staff. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak today. My name again is Shane Phillips. I'm the general manager of Webb Water, and we are working with the community of Wacota, like Andy addressed and clearly kind of laid out there. Hoping to improve their system, water lines, meter pits, that sort of thing, and then we'll serve them individually. I think it's going to be a good project for everybody, and then Webb can help take over the maintenance and management of that system going forward and take that burden off those folks. So again, we appreciate the staff and the board's consideration of our funding request, and I would stand by for any questions you may have.
The board members have any further questions of Shane? Shane, we appreciate your participation today. I would take a motion on the for the Webb Water Development Association.
Bernhardt.
Motion to approve, Becker.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Not, I'd ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhardt,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Manning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Go on to the next item, Bryant, item C.
City of Bryant is proposing upgrades to its water distribution system, including replacing several blocks of aging infrastructure. Project also includes adding system looping and upgrading their existing water main to 6 inches, along with installing some new fire hydrants, valves, and renewed or replacement of service lines. Portions of this project will be completed in conjunction with a wastewater project that will be presented later in the meeting today. Total project amount is $2,643,000. That is the amount that they've requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $2,643,000 drinking water SRF loan at 3.5% for 30 years, with 80.1% as principal forgiveness, not to exceed $2,116,000. Pledge a project surcharge for a payment of the loan. Their current rates are $71.80 for 5,000 gallons. Our analysis indicates a surcharge of $10.15 would be needed for the net $527,000 loan. We do believe, though, that Bryant can restructure its current rates and include the surcharge as well as operational and maintenance costs with total rates of $76.60 for 5,000 gallons. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage, and contingent on receipt of the 2026 Drinking Water SRF Capitalization Grant. We have representatives from Bryant on the line. Now's your opportunity to address the board.
Thank you, Andy. members of the board and chairman, here in the room, it's myself, Karen DeGeest with IMEG and Carter Claperick with IMEG. Also the mayor, Wynn, and Christy, the finance officer with the city of Bryant here. We just want to thank you for your consideration of this funding application. This is probably the third installment of several more that the city of Bryant is hoping to make on improving their infrastructure within the city here. Mayor, you have anything you want to add? No? Okay, we do really appreciate your consideration for this, and if you have any questions there, we're all here.
Very good. Does the board have any further questions that they would like to ask of the city of Bryant relative to this application? Seeing none, I thank the mayor and all the rest of you, the finance officer, Karen, for being part of this today to answer questions and to make a presentation. So hearing no other questions, I would take a motion to approve the application for the city of Bryant.
Motion Jennings.
Second, Becker.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Andy, can we use lead money for this?
So the lead, we can't, because the lead portion can only be used for the service lines, which is a very small portion. They also were not able to define that. We'd have to split out a separate funding for that. And we're actually providing more subsidy on this application than what we would be able to under the lead funding as well, actually.
Thanks for the question and the response. Hearing no further discussion, I'll ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Hart,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Go to item D for Canastota.
Maybe we should have made that C somehow, but.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you are correct. I'm just, gotta get C and Canastota together somehow, right? All right. Canastota, they are proposing to remove approximately 2,800 feet of water main, install 470 feet of 6-inch water main, installing nearly 7,000 feet of 8-inch water main, removing their existing water tower and replacing with a 50,000 gallon elevated tower. I would note portions of the project will also be completed in conjunction with the wastewater project to be presented later. Total project amount is $7,185,000. That is the amount that was requested. That total requested amount for this project and the wastewater project was larger than what we felt was feasible to fund, especially related to user impacts, reasonable subsidy, available funding, and similar funding provided to other communities. We did work with the city and their consultant to develop a reduced project scope for funding. It would still make meaningful improvements to the city's water and the wastewater infrastructure that will be presented later. The revised project size for the drinking water work is $3,640,000. To allow the city to potentially complete a slightly larger project scope if positive bids are received and funds are available, we do intend that the full scope of the original project be included in the approval, which will allow them to, as they get closer to bidding, potentially add a few streets here and there onto the water and potentially wastewater project and incorporate a little bit more work if positive bidding is available. Staff recommendation is to award a $3,640,000 drinking water SRF loan at 3.75% for 30 years with 80% principal forgiveness, not to exceed $2,912,000. Current rates in Canastota are $78.03 per 5,000 gallons. Our analysis indicates a surcharge of $11.80 needed for the $728,000 net loan. This would bring total rates to $89.85. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage, and contingent on receipt of the 2026 Drinking Water SRF Capitalization Grant. we have any representatives from Canastota that would like to address the board?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is Gabe Lauber with HDR. Also on the line, we have the mayor, Justin, and Darren from the city. On behalf of all of us, we'd just like to thank you for your consideration in this award. Also like to thank Andy's team. As he mentioned, we went back and forth to kind of right size this for right now and adjust the impacts to the residents of Canastota. So with that, if there's any questions, we're more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Gabe, and thanks for the mayor being in attendance. Any questions relative to this application? Andy, before we go on to a motion, would you give us the dollar amount again?
Yes, for the recommendation, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
All right, so the staff recommendation is to award a $3,640,000 drinking water SRF loan at 3.75% for 30 years with 80% principal forgiveness, not to exceed $2,912,000.
Any further questions from the board? So there's a motion in a second.
Yes.
Looking for a motion and a second to approve
Motion
this.
Jennings.
Got a motion
Second, Bernhard.
and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I would ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Thank you for your participation in that. Now we'll go on to item E, Clear Lake. Andy.
The city of Clear Lake is proposing to improve their existing water distribution system in the southeast part of the city. This will include removal of existing cast iron and asbestos cement pipe and replacing with new PVC, as well as associated valves, services, hydrants, and other appurtenances. Portions of this project would also be completed in conjunction with a stormwater project, which will be presented later. Total project amount is $2,696,900, and that is the amount that was requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $2,496,000 drinking water SRF loan at 4% for 30 years with 54.6% principal forgiveness, not to exceed $1,361,000, and to award a consolidated grant at 7.5% of total project costs, not to exceed $200,000. Clear Lake has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Their rates are currently $86.35 for 5,000 gallons. Our analysis indicates a surcharge of $9.65 would be needed for the loan. However, in our analysis, it does appear that current rates are sufficient to allow a restructure of the rates to cover this surcharge, as well as other debt and ongoing operation and maintenance costs, and allow total rates to remain at the $86.35 level they are at currently. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage, and contingent on receipt of the 2026 Drinking Water SRF Capitalization Grant. If there are representatives for Clear Lake on the line, now's your opportunity to address the board.
Hi, this is Mary Kruger. I'm the City Finance Officer for the City of Clear Lake, and we have our Mayor Lisa Lundberg also on the line. And we really appreciate the funding package. We want to express our gratitude in working on our funding. Our system is in desperate need of replacement, and we are working on other projects currently. And we're excited going forward with this. So I just want to express our gratitude with that. If you have any questions, let us know.
Thanks, Mary. Are there any further questions of Mary or the mayor? Hearing none, I take a motion.
Motion to approve, Becker.
I've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Thank you, Mary and Mayor Lisa, for being available. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Brenda will call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. We'll move on to item F, Salem.
Salem proposes improvements to its water wells to increase the spacing between the wells, reduce drawdown effects from that, and replace wells that are currently in operation nearing their useful life. Project also involves installing monitoring equipment at each well site, such as flow meters and level transducers. The proposed improvements will enhance water quality by reducing iron and manganese levels. Total project amount is $2,100,000. That is the amount that's been requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $2,100,000 drinking water SRF loan at 3.75% for 30 years, with 47.7% as principal forgiveness, not to exceed $1 million. They pledged a project surcharge for a payment of the loan. Current rates are $88.69 per 5,000 gallons. Our analysis indicates a surcharge of $8.50 is needed for the net $1.1 million loan. We do believe that Salem has some ability to restructure its current rates, include the surcharge as well as operational, maintenance, and debt costs, and potentially lower rates down from where they are currently at to possibly as low as $81 based on 5,000 gallons. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage, and contingent on receipt of the 2026 Drinking Water SRF Capitalization Grant. There are representatives from Salem on the line. Now's your opportunity to address the board.
Any representatives from Salem?
Yeah, good afternoon. Trent Bruce with DGR Engineering, representing the city of Salem and the citizens within the city. Thank you for your consideration. This is a long overdue project. They've had some well problems in recent years, and this is going to enable them to drill a new well that will hopefully mitigate the existing issues and allow for them to have a good drinking water source going forward. So be happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding this project. And once again, thank you for the consideration and the assistance of the DANR staff.
Any further questions of Trent? Hearing none, I would take a motion for the city of Salem.
Second, Bernhard.
We got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. Brenda, please call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Move on to item G, Viborg, Drinking Water Improvement Phase 2.
Right, this is one of two applications that we'll hear from Viborg. The second one will be in a few minutes due to priority point separation. Viborg is requesting funding for phase 2 of their drinking water improvements. The phase 2 project involves installing approximately 3,000 feet of 6-inch water main, along with valves, hydrants, and related appurtenances in a few areas in the city. Portions of the project will be completed in conjunction with a wastewater project that will be presented later. Total project amount is $2,226,100, and that is the amount they've requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $2,226,000 drinking water SRF loan at 3.5% for 30 years, with 49.2% as principal forgiveness, not to exceed $1,093,000. They pledge a project surcharge for payment of the loan. Current rates in Viborg are $45.79 for 5,000 gallons. Our analysis indicates the surcharge of $13.45 is needed for this net loan recommendation. Viborg has the additional drinking water funding application that will be presented shortly, and additional debt is anticipated based on staff recommendation. We do anticipate total rates from both associated loans being approximately $65 for 5,000 gallons. This loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage, and contingent on receipt of the 2026 Drinking Water SRF Capitalization Grant. If there are representatives from Viborg that would like to speak on behalf of the project, now is your opportunity.
Good afternoon. This is Pat Carey with Banner Associates, speaking on behalf of the city. Sean Gann, finance officer, is online, but he was having some technical difficulties, so he sends his apologies. But on behalf of the city, I would just like to thank the board and the DNR staff for this funding opportunity. Without these type of funds and the availability of some grants, these types of projects would not be possible for the city. So they're very appreciative of the support. Available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Pat. Any questions further of Pat? Hearing none, thank you, Pat, for participating today. I would take a motion in a second.
So moved, Becker.
I have a motion and a second for Viborg. Any further discussion? Brenda, please call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhardt.
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Might just explain to those online and in the audience that we are doing roll call votes today, since so many of us are on this meeting remotely. So thank you. We'll go on to the next item, H, Brookings Dual Role Water System.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is our second application today from Brookings Dual Role Water System. This is more of a core line upgrade replacement projects. They are going to relocate and replace lines along Highway 15 in the Altamont area, as the South Dakota DOT is reconstructing Highway 15 in that area. They also plan to complete other improvements in the general area to increase pipe sizing, to increase the nearby reservoir's fill rate, and allow what are known as wells 4 and 5 on the system to run more consistently during things. Total project amount is $5,550,000. They've requested $4,700,000, with $750,000 coming from DOT contribution toward the project and $100,000 in local cash. Staff recommendation is to award a $4,700,000 drinking water SRF loan at 4.75% for 30 years. I would note the 4.75% interest rate is 0.25% lower than the standard rate and term they would otherwise qualify for. This project has been selected for compliance with Build America, Buy American material procurement, otherwise known as BABA. And the board has adopted rates to allow for projects meeting this requirement to receive 0.25% interest rate reduction at this time. Also note, as a private nonprofit entity, Brookings Dual is subject to the interest rate for taxable borrowers. They pledge system revenue for a payment of the loan. Current rates for Brookings Dual rural users are $79.80 for 7,000 gallons. Our analysis indicates that based on the debt associated with this request, they would have 134% debt coverage at current rates and revenues, which exceeds the required 110%. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a resolution approving the form of the loan agreement, the promissory note, and the pledge of revenues for repayment of the loan, contingent upon the borrower approving a security agreement and mortgage, and contingent upon an intercreditor agreement being approved and executed by CoBank, Brookings Dual Rural Water System, and the district. And if we have representatives from Brookings Dual that would like to address the board on this project, now's your opportunity.
Hello again, Patrick During with DGR Engineering, speaking on behalf of Brookings Dual Rural Water. As Andy mentioned, the primary driver of this project is the reconstruction of Highway 15 north of Clear Lake. Brookings Dual has several miles of existing pipeline along that route that was installed back along with the original system, so approaching 50 years old now. A lot of that is old 6-inch and 5-inch glue joint pipe, so we're going to take this opportunity to do some pipe replacement since that project will impact our pipeline, and also do some upsizing to meet future demands. And since we're putting together the funding package, take this opportunity to also do some improvements at other locations in that service area, replace some old leaky pipe sizes or delivery mains, and then I'll also do some well improvements. So I appreciate the work that the staff has done helping to prepare this application, and would take any questions that the board would have.
Any further questions for Patrick? Thank you, Patrick, for being available.
Yep, thank you.
I would accept a motion relative to the Brookings Dual Rural Water System.
Motion Jennings.
Second, Lanning.
Got a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. Brenda will call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Next item we'll go to is I, Gregory.
Hey, the city of Gregory is proposing to install or replace approximately 2,650 feet of aging cast iron and asbestos cement water main with new 6 and 8-inch PVC water main. These would be in the areas along the community's south side and their northern edge. Portions of this project, again, will be completed in conjunction with the wastewater project that will be presented later. Total project amount is $975,000. That is the amount that was requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $975,000 drinking water SRF loan at 3.5% for 30 years. They pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates in Gregory are $54.40 per 5,000 gallons usage. Our analysis indicates a surcharge of $6.90 is needed for this loan, which would bring total rates to $61.30. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. If we have representatives from Gregory on the line, now would be your opportunity to address the board.
Hello, this is Camden from SPN representing the city of Gregory. I believe we have Al, the mayor, and Trudy, the finance officer, online too. So really want to thank you guys on behalf of Gregory for the funding consideration here. This is the next phase of utility improvements. That's kind of a long list of improvements that the city's looking forward to in the future. So we couldn't do this without your help. So thanks again.
Thank you. And is there any further questions? Either Camden, Mayor Al Cerny, or the finance officer Trudy? We appreciate you all being available today. I would take a motion following the staff recommendation for the city of Gregory.
Motion to approve, Becker.
Second, Bernhard.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. Brenda will call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Move on to Jay, back to another one for Viborg.
Our second Viborg request, this is actually for phase 1 of their drinking water improvements. The phase 1 project involves installing approximately 730 feet of 6 and 8-inch PVC water main along with some valves and related appurtenances along the north side of Highway 19. This is being done in coordination with the South Dakota DOT road replacement project. The total project amount is $479,700, and that is the amount they've requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $479,000 drinking water SRF loan at 3.5% for 30 years. They pledged a project surcharge for a payment of the loan. Current rates in Viborg again were $45.79 for 5,000 gallons. Our analysis indicates a charge of $5.75 for this loan. With the prior funding award and that loan and a surcharge of $13.45, again, we anticipate total rates from both associated debts being approximately $65 per 5,000 gallons. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. Pat, if you would like to speak on behalf of Viborg again, now's the opportunity.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, as Andy mentioned, the main driver of this project is the DOT reconstructing Highway 19 through town. And so that kind of pushed the priority up the list for the city, and without the funding being offered by the board and DNR and staff, this project would not be possible. So again, on behalf of the city, thank you very much for this consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Pat. Any further questions from the board relative to the City of Viborg application? Hearing none, I take a motion to follow staff recommendations.
So moved, Lanning.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Brenda, would you please call the roll?
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Move on to agenda item K, Vermillion.
Hey, the City of Vermillion is requesting additional funding for their water treatment plant improvements project. The project is for the replacement of equipment that is deteriorated or nearing the end of design life in both the treatment plant and well field. They also included some water lines throughout town associated with this project. The replaced components in the treatment plant will result in upgraded equipment and improved efficiency. Total project amount is $8,015,000. They're currently requesting $1,015,000. The remaining $7 million was awarded in a prior drinking water SRF loan. Staff recommendation is to award a $1,015,000 drinking water SRF loan at 4% for 30 years. They pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates are $37.61 for 5,000 gallons. Our analysis indicates a surcharge of $1.50 is needed for the loan. This would result in total rates of $39.11 per 5,000 gallons. I would just note that Vermillion, based on their household income, would typically qualify for a reduced interest rate level. However, that is there's also a requirement to meet minimum rates of $45 for 5,000 gallons per month, which they would not do with this loan and surcharge. We did reach out to Vermillion regarding if they were interested in raising their rates further, and they indicated they would not be at this time. So we are awarding the higher interest rate for this project. The loan would be contingent on the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. And do we have representatives from Vermillion that would like to speak on behalf of the project?
Any representatives from Vermillion?
Hi, this is Sean Heggie with the Southeastern Council of Governments, speaking on behalf of City of Vermillion. We just want to take this opportunity to thank both the board and the staff for your guys' consideration on their application. We appreciate all that you guys do, so thank you. I'll be around for any questions.
Thank you, Sean. Any board questions for Sean? Hearing none, I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations on the city of Vermillion.
So move Bernhard.
Second, Becker.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye, opposed nay. Brenda, please call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
and Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Move on to the next item, L, Belle Fourche.
Right, this is the first of two applications today from Belle Fourche. The second one will come up in a few minutes. Belle Fourche is in the midst of a project for drilling a new well to increase water supply to the Hat Ranch well subdivision. The city was awarded a SRF loan in September 2022 for the well, and they are seeking additional funding to be able to fully complete that project funding package. Total project amount is $2,383,000. They are requesting $623,000 currently. Remaining $1,760,000 was awarded in a prior drinking water SRF. Staff recommendation is to award a $623,000 drinking water SRF loan at 3.5% for 30 years. They pledged project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates are $36.10 per 5,000 gallons. Our analysis indicates a surcharge of $1.25 is needed for this loan. Again, with their upcoming application presented soon and additional debt anticipated, we anticipate total rates from both associated loan debts would be in approximately $46.70. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage, and contingent upon the borrower establishing minimum rates of $45 per 5,000 gallons usage to receive the disadvantaged community interest rate. If there are representatives from Belle Fourche available, now's your opportunity to address the board.
Good afternoon, Wayne Tonsegger, City of Belle Fourche. This project is, like you said, just basically to finish up what we had previously started. The well has been drilled. This is really just to kind of finish up with the well house, be able to get all the mechanics in there.
Thank you, Wayne. Any further questions the board may have of Wayne? Not, I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Belle Fourche.
So moved, Lanning.
Second, Jennings.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, Brenda, please call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Go on, next item, M, Elkton.
Elkton is seeking additional funding for phase 3 of their project, along with phase 4, which was split out from the original scope. Replacement of existing water mains throughout the city. This phase will focus on approximately 3,600 feet of water main, fire hydrants, and service lines in the right-of-way. Portions of the project will also be completed in conjunction with the wastewater project to be presented later. Total project amount is $1,375,000. That is the amount that was requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $512,000 drinking water SRF loan at 4% for 30 years and award a consolidated grant at 62.8%, not to exceed $863,000. They've pledged a project surcharge payment of the loan. Current rates in Elkton are $72 per 5,000 gallons. Our analysis indicates a surcharge of $8 is needed for the loan, and this would result in total rates of $80 per 5,000 gallons. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. And if we have representatives from Elkton on the line, now is your opportunity to address the board.
This is Jeff McCormick with SPN. On behalf of the city of Elkton, I do believe Susan, the finance officer, is online as well. She may have the utility director and mayor with her as well. We appreciate the funding package that you have provided. This is the final phases of all reconstruction in Elkton for their water system. Again, I'll answer any questions you have and thank you for consideration.
Thanks, Jeff. Any further questions relative to Jeff or the mayor or the finance officer in regard to this project? If not, I just want to thank Jeff and Susan and the mayor for being participants here today. I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Elkton.
Motion Jennings.
Motion. Second, Becker.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Brenda, would you please call the roll?
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Move on to the next item, N, the BY Water District.
Mr. Chair, this is first of two applications. We'll hear from BY Water District as well today. We have a few of those this round. BY is proposing adding automated meter readers to their existing system and upgrading around 30% of their existing meters for compatibility with the new system that aren't already compatible, as well as installing valves and backflow preventers in some cases. Total project amount is $6,136,980. They've requested $6,075,000, with the remaining $61,980 from local funds. Staff recommendation is to award a $6,075,000 drinking water SRF loan at 3.25% for 10 years. Note the 3.25% interest rate is 0.25% lower than the standard rate in term. This project has been selected for compliance with Build America, Buy America material procurement, and the board adopted those rates to allow for interest rate reduction. They've pledged system revenue for security of the loan. Current rates for BY are $79.25 for 7,000 gallons for individual rural customers. BY Water District has an additional funding request that will be considered shortly. However, based on the current request and the anticipated request, BY would have approximately 289% debt coverage at current rates and revenues. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon an intercreditor agreement being approved and executed by CoBank, Rural Utility Service, BY Water District, and the district. If there are representatives from BY on the line, now is your opportunity to address the board.
Good afternoon. This is Terry Wooten from BY Water. I'm the general manager. Would have loved to attend the meeting in person, but unfortunately due to some shoulder surgery, I'm not able to make it. But I would like to thank the board for their consideration for this project. And this will allow us to automate our meter reading system so that we can hopefully better serve our consumers and be more accurate in our meter billing for those consumers. Again, appreciate your consideration. And if you have any other questions for me, I could field those now.
Thank you, Terry. Any questions from the board members of Terry? If not, Terry, take care of yourself, get healed up. And I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations on the BY Water District.
So
So
moved,
moved.
Bernhard.
Second, Lanning.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Brenda, would you please call the roll?
Becker,
Aye.
Blumhardt.
Aye.
Bernhard. Todd. Bernhard.
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
and Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. We'll move on to item O, back to Belle Fourche.
Yes, our second application from Belle Fourche. They are proposing in this project to replace what's known as its Springs water line which was constructed in the 1920s and at this point has outlived its useful life. The proposed replacement line will include approximately 25,000 feet of 20-inch diameter pipe. This will enable additional water supply and increase the reliability of the system. Total project amount is $5,123,000, and that is the amount that's been requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $5,123,000 drinking water SRF loan at 3.25% for 30 years. Again, this 3.25% is a 0.25% lower. The project has been selected as a Build America, Buy America project for material procurement, and the board's adopted rates allow for this. They've pledged a project surcharge for security. Their current rates again are $36.10 for 5,000 gallons. Our analysis indicates a surcharge of $9.35 is needed for this loan recommendation. With the prior awarded funding and $1.25 surcharge, DNR analysis indicates total rates from both associated loans would be approximately $46.70. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage, and contingent upon the recipient establishing minimum rates of $45 per 5,000 gallons usage required to receive the disadvantaged community interest rate assistance. Wayne with Belle Fourche, if you would like to address the board on this application.
Yep. So with this one, as he said, we're looking to replace those lines that are 100 years old in some cases. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Any questions for Wayne? Board. Yeah, I don't think we get very many applications that talk about the original line being constructed 100 years or more ago. So hopefully the replacement line will give you that much service life too.
Yes.
I would accept a motion to follow staff recommendations.
Motion Jennings.
Second, Becker.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the staff recommendation indicate by saying aye when Brenda calls the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
and Drews.
Aye, motion carried. We'll move on to item P, which is back to Valley Springs.
City of Valley Springs is proposing to replace approximately 1,100 feet of PVC water mains around the city. Portions of this project would be completed in conjunction with a wastewater project that will be presented later. Total project amount is $1,261,000, and that is the amount they have requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $1,261,000 drinking water SRF loan at 3.75% for 30 years. Again, note the 3.75% interest rate is a 0.25% lower than otherwise would be qualified for. This project has been selected again for Build America, Buy America material procurement requirements, and the board's adopted interest rates allow for this reduction. They've pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates are $65.56 for 5,000 gallons. Our analysis indicates a surcharge of $18.05 is needed for the loan. However, current revenues appear sufficient to allow a restructuring of the rates to cover a portion of this surcharge, as well as other debt and ongoing operational and maintenance costs. This would allow total rates staff believes to remain at approximately $73.56. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. I believe we have representatives from Valley Springs on the line. Now's your opportunity to address the board.
The members from Valley Springs on the line.
Gabe, are you out there?
Mr. Yeah, Chairman, members of the board, apologize. I believe Ryan from the city was on, but on behalf of the city, just appreciate your consideration and your award in this project.
Thank you, Sean. Any further questions by the board of Sean? Hearing none, I take a motion to follow staff recommendations relative to the city of Valley Springs.
So moved, Becker.
Second, Lanning.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Manning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Move on to Q, BY Water District again.
Second application from EY. This is related to a South Dakota DOT project, similar to some of the others we've seen today. They'll be grading and surfacing Highway 18 from east of Highway 37 to South Dakota Highway 25 in 2027. BY Water District has a pump station and transmission infrastructure that will be impacted by the DOT project and needs to be adjusted and relocated. This project is necessary to maintain continuity of operations and services for BY Water District users. Total project amount is $11,576,111. They've requested $5,300,000 with $46,526 from local funds and $6,229,585 from DOT funding being provided. Staff recommendation is to award a $5,300,000 drinking water SRF loan at 3.75% for 30 years. Again, the loan rate is 0.25% lower than the standard rating term. This project has also been selected for Build America, Buy America material procurement requirements, and the board's adopted rates allow for this interest rate reduction. They pledged system revenue for repayment of the loan. Again, BY rural customer rates are $79.25 for 7,000 gallons. Based on this request and the prior award the board just made to BY, staff analysis indicates BY will have 289% debt coverage at their current rates and revenues. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon an intercreditor agreement being approved and executed by CoBank, Rural Utility Service, BY Water District, and the district. And I know we have representatives from BY that now's your opportunity to address the board.
Yes, this is Terry with BY Water again, and I'd like to thank you for your consideration. As in many of these other projects, I think that other rural water systems have had on your docket today. There's one of these state highway projects that's just kind of popped up, and again, I'd like to, say we appreciate your consideration for funding in this project. So, if there's anything else you'd like to ask of me, I'm more than willing to answer any questions.
Thanks, Terry. Any board members have further questions of Terry? Not, I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations on the BY Water District.
So moved, Lanning.
Second, Bernhard.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, I'd ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Manning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. We'll now conclude item 17 with an application from Crooks.
Right, the city of Crooks is proposing to replace approximately 8 blocks of drinking water lines in a few locations in the city, which is approximately 42,060 feet of water main. The existing lines are over 50 years old in most cases and have outlived their useful life. Portions of the project will also be completed in conjunction with the wastewater project that will be presented later. Total project amount is $2,090,000, and that is the amount that has been requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $2,090,000 drinking water SRF loan at 3.75% for 30 years. Would note the 3.75% interest rate again is 0.25% lower than the standard rating term for Crooks. This project again has been selected for Build America, Buy America material procurement requirements, and the board's adopted rates allow for that reduction in interest rate. They pledge a project surcharge for payment of the loan. Current rates are $77.58 for 5,000 gallons usage. Our analysis indicates a surcharge of $18.15 is needed for the loan. However, when reviewing their current revenues and expenses, it appears that they are already generating sufficient revenue to allow for a restructuring of the current rates to cover this surcharge, other debt, and ongoing operational costs. Staff believes total rates would be able to remain at the current $77.58 that is in place. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. And do we have representatives from Crooks on the line that would like to address the board at this time?
Yeah, good afternoon, all. This is Jake Morris with DGR Engineering. I do believe Mayor Osby's on the call here as well. Yes, speaking on behalf of the city of Crooks here, appreciate the board's consideration of this project. As Andy mentioned, it's aimed to replace what is essentially the oldest infrastructure in town, kind of in the original core area of town, and facilities that have seen their useful life and have had increasing amounts of issues in recent years. So again, just appreciate the consideration.
Thank you, Jake. Any board members have further questions for Jake or Mayor Osby? Hearing none, I take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Crooks.
Motion Jennings.
Second, Lanning.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'd ask Brenda to call the roll.
Decker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. If there's no objection, I would suggest that we take a 10-minute recess before we go to item 18.
Thank you from Mayor Butch Osby. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll be in recess until 2:20.
Keep the door.
So Andy, Tina, or Brenda, is there any other items from staff before we start on agenda item 18?
I do not believe so. Brenda, you good? Okay. I think we're ready to go.
Be good. So we'll move on to item 18, sanitary storm sewer funding applications. And Tina, it's your ballgame.
All right. Start with the city of Whitewood. The city of Whitewood is requesting additional funding for the wastewater treatment facility project. This project was originally funded in September 2023. However, additional funding is being requested due to the changes in the project. Excuse me. The city of Whitewood has inadequate treatment capabilities to meet effluent limits in its discharge permit. The project consists of two main improvements. One is the installation of a lift station to pump wastewater effluent from the primary treatment process into an oxidation ditch. And two, construction and purchase of a 2-channel oxidation ditch to provide treatment to meet ammonia limits. Updates from the original project that led to this request include modification of a site piping that added an increase in site work, an added additional heater to the DSB structure, added electricity costs, and updated contingency costs considering the delay in construction, and ensuring that the project will fully be funded. The total project amount is $7,107,000. The amount requested is $1,942,000. Other funding for this project is through the previously awarded SRF funding. Staff recommendation is to award a $1,942,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years with principal forgiveness of 36.5%, not to exceed $708,000. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates are $60 a month. Staff analysis indicates that a surcharge of $13.30 is needed to cover the $1,234,000 net loan, bringing user rates to $73.30 per month. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective. contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage, and contingent upon the receipt of the 2026 Clean Water SRF Capitalization Grant. If there's any representatives from the city of Whitewood, now's your time to address the board.
Good afternoon, Joe Noble with AE2S. On behalf of the city of Whitewood, we greatly appreciate the board's recognition of this much needed infrastructure improvement project and greatly appreciate the support. We're excited to get the project going this year and addressing this critical need. If there are any questions, I'll be online to answer those. Thank you.
Any questions of the board of Joe Noble relative to this project? Joe, we appreciate you being available today. Thank you. Hearing no further questions, I'll take a motion to follow staff recommendations.
Motion Jennings.
Second, Lanning.
Second, Becker.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
and Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Next item we have on the agenda is Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The city of Howard is requesting funding for its wastewater treatment system improvements project to meet new discharge limits. The city of Howard is proposing multiple improvements to satisfy the requirements of new permit limits. A system of submerged diffused aeration will be installed in cells 1 and 2 to add oxygen into and mix the wastewater. The existing cell 2 berms will be raised approximately 2 feet to allow for more operating depth. An additional secondary lagoon cell will be added for additional treatment and for a longer retention time. Additionally, an artificial wetland will be constructed, which will also provide additional treatment and retention time. The total project amount is $2,816,288, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $2,816,000 Clean Water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates are $59.10 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff analysis indicates that a surcharge of $30.90 is needed for the recommended loan. However, staff believes that rates could be restructured to $72.50 for 5,000 gallons usage and still provide the necessary debt coverage. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. I believe we have a representative in the room here on behalf of the city of Howard.
Mr. Chairman and the board, my name is Brian Duvall with Bros Engineering, and on behalf of the city of Howard, I'd like to thank you for your consideration of this funding application, as it is necessary to help improve the water quality in the Vermilion River, as well as improve the city's infrastructure for their wastewater system. I'll be here for any questions you have.
Thank you, Brian. Does the board have any further questions of Brian? If not, I take a motion to follow staff recommendations.
So move, Bernhard.
Becker. Second, Becker.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Brenda, would you call the roll, please?
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Move on to item C, Lake Ponset Sanitary District. Tina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lake Ponset Sanitary District is requesting funding for phase 1 of its west and northwest collection system improvements project. Improvements included in phase 1 of this project include the construction of a total retention stabilization pond, which will serve all 3 phases of the overall project and will be built on land already owned by the sanitary district. Collection system improvements include the construction of an estimated 7 main lift station and associated force mains to deliver wastewater to the treatment pond, and construction of wastewater collection piping and services to eliminate septic tanks for the phase 1 area from approximately 194th Street Olson subdivision along West Drive to the Grape First Edition. The total project amount is $8,799,110, which is the amount of funding being requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $6,299,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years, a consolidated grant at 22.8%, not to exceed $2 million, and a general fund grant at 5.7%, not to exceed $500,000. The sanitary district has pledged system revenues for repayment of the loan. Current rates are a quarterly rate of $246, which is equivalent to $82 a month. Staff analysis indicates that approximately $280,000 of annual revenue is required to provide the 110% debt coverage. Staff estimates that this will require an increase in annual revenues of $190,000. User rates will need to increase approximately 30%, which is approximately $24.50 per month, bringing total rates to around $106.50 per month. I will note that Lake Quonset Sanitary District does not meet the affordability criteria for us to be able to provide clean water principal forgiveness, and the maximum consolidated grant allowed in state law is $2 million. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing rates at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. If there's a representative for the Lake Quonset Sanitary District on the line, now's your chance to address the board.
Good afternoon again, Pat Carey with Banner Associates. With me here today is Joel Molenhoff, who is on the Sanitary District Board, and Lydia Furr, who's the clerk, is listening in as well.
And I would like to extend our thanks and for consideration here from the Lake Quonset Sanitary District Board, as well as the residents from Lake Quonset. Greatly appreciate the consideration today.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board for Pat or Dennis? Hearing none, I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations relative to Lake Quonset Sanitary District application.
So moved, Lanning.
Second, Becker.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor will indicate aye. Opposed, nay. Brenda will call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Item D is for the city of Roscoe. Tina.
The city of Roscoe is requesting funding for its wastewater treatment system improvements project. The city of Roscoe's wastewater facility is required to become a total retention facility. This requires approximately 7 acres of land to expand and build a new artificial wetland. Additionally, a new lift station will be needed. The total project amount is $2,260,000, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $2,260,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years, with principal forgiveness up to 64.6%, not to exceed $1,458,000. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates in Roscoe are $49.50 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff analysis indicates a surcharge of $23.75 is needed for the recommended net loan of $802,000, bringing rates to $73.25 for 5,000 gallons usage. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage, and contingent upon the receipt of the 2026 Clean Water SRF capitalization grant. If there's any representatives from the city of Roscoe on the line, now would be your time to address the board.
Anyone from Roscoe wanting to speak?
Good
Hearing none, I'll
afternoon.
just-
This is Ted Dickey with Northeast Council of the Governments. I apologize. I know that Roscoe was on the line earlier, and I just saw the engineers trying to get on. So, Brandon, are you available?
I am now. Sorry, I was just going through some bad reception.
If there's anything, Brandon, that you'd like to say to the board at this point in time, we've heard the application. Tina has presented that. Is there anything that you'd like to add for the city of Roscoe on this application?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you very much for your consideration. We appreciate all the help that you guys can get for us. So thanks again for all the hard work.
Thank you. Thank you for being available to us. Does the board have any further questions relative to this application? If not, I would take a motion to accept the staff recommendation.
So moved, Bernhard.
Second, Lanning.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'd ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Next item is item E for Hill City. Back to Tina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The City of Hill City is requesting funding for Phase 2 of the rehabilitation and expansion of their wastewater treatment facility project. Phase 1 of this project was awarded in March 2025. Phase 2 of the project is for the construction and design necessary to bring the new treatment train online. Construction will include the installation of a bypass pumping system and temporary filtration units to maintain uninterrupted service during the construction transactions. The project will also construct the new claroflocculator basin, fuzzy disc filter system, ultraviolet UV disinfection, and associated electrical building and equipment. The total project amount is $4,659,000, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $1,659,000 Clean Water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years, a consolidated grant at 43%, not to exceed $2 million, and a general fund grant at 21.5%, not to exceed $1 million. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Rates are currently at $83.25 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff anticipates that the surcharge required of a 5,000 gallon residential user will be $12.25 for the recommended loan. Hill City has recently undergone an extensive rate structure analysis with their consultant. This was done to more equitably distribute the costs for water for both residential and commercial users, which create a large demand due to tourism With the surcharges from phases 1 and 2, as well as the anticipated operation and maintenance costs that have been developed for Hill City, rates for a Hill City residential user in 2029 would be approximately $199.20 per month. I will note Hill City does not meet the affordability criteria required for Clean Water SRF principal forgiveness, and the maximum consolidated grant allowed in state law is $2 million. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. If there's any representatives from the city of Hill City on the line, now would be your chance to address the board.
Yes, good afternoon. Nate Anderson, City Administrator. On behalf of the mayor and the council, we just want to thank the board for your consideration and assistance in this large project that we're embarking on. It helps us accommodate our large tourism load in the summer and keeps us in compliance with our discharge into Spring Creek and eventually into Sheridan Lake. So without this assistance, we cannot move forward with this expansion of our plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Nate. Any board members have any further questions of Nate? Thanks for being there today, Nate. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
I would take a motion to adopt staff recommendations for the city of Hill City.
Motion Jennings.
So moved. Second, Bernhard.
Got a motion and a second. Brenda, would you call the roll, please?
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings.
Aye.
Drews,
Aye.
Lanning.
Motion carried.
Aye.
Oh, sorry, stepped on you. Motion carried. Next item is the Prairie Wood Sanitary District. Tina.
Prairie Wood Sanitary District is requesting funding for its sewer improvement project. The district is proposing various improvements to the lift station and treatment facility for the system to fully comply with its discharge permit. Treatment system improvements include cleaning of existing cell bottoms and embankments, sludge removal, a new compacted clay liner, and riprap and surfacing of the gravel access road. The total project amount is $1,895,000, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $1,249,000 Clean Water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years and a consolidated grant at 34.1%, not to exceed $646,000. The sanitary district has pledged system revenues for repayment of the loan. Current rates are a quarterly rate of $180, which is equivalent to $60 a month. Staff analysis indicates that $153,600 in revenue is to provide the required debt coverage. User rates will need to increase approximately $40 per month, bringing total rates to approximately $100 per month. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the bond resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing rates at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. If there's any representatives from Prairie Wood Sanitary District, now would be your time to address the board.
Hi, good afternoon. Matt Prain, board member of the Prairie Wood Sanitary Sewer District. Hey, we greatly appreciate the consideration for this much needed project for our township. It's vital that we get these improvements completed, and we couldn't do it without your support. So thank you very much. Here to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Matt. Any board members have any further questions for Matt? If not, I take a motion to follow the staff recommendations.
So moved, Lanning.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor will indicate aye. Those opposed, nay. Brenda, please call the roll.
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning. Bernhard,
Aye.
Drews. Drews,
Aye.
Aye. Sorry, I can hardly hear you.
Motion carried. Thank you. The next item is, City of Aberdeen, item G. Tina.
City of Aberdeen is requesting additional funding for its water or wastewater treatment facility project. This project was originally awarded funding in April 2022, and additional funding was awarded in March 2025. Funding is being requested to cover final costs and contingencies. Aberdeen is proposing to increase capacity of its wastewater treatment facility. Improvements will be made to the main lift station, the biofilter process, the biosolids thickening, stabilization, and handling processes, and pumping capabilities. Improvements will also be made to the headworks, primary clarification, activated sludge, and final clarification processes, as well as the UV disinfection operation. The total project amount is $102,521,000. The amount requested is $16,198,000. Other funding provided has been $5 million in local ARPA funding, $18,896,900 in state ARPA funding, and $62,426,100 in SRF loans. Staff recommendation is to award a $16,198,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates are $41.50 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff analysis indicates that a surcharge of $9.05 is needed for the recommended loan. Additionally, the surcharge of $16.05 for the Clean Water 05 loan has not been added to the rates. With both surcharges for the Clean Water 05 loan and the surcharge for the recommended loan, city rates will be approximately $67.05 for 5,000 gallons usage. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. If there's any representatives from the city of Aberdeen online, now's your time to address the board.
Hi,
Thank
this
you.
is, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, good afternoon. This is Amanda Fisher with the City of Aberdeen Water Reclamation Facility. I would like to take this time to thank the board for their consideration. This fund would help cover the remaining funds needed to complete the project out at the Water Reclamation Facility.
Thank you, Amanda. Dave, was that you on there also?
That was me, Mr. Chairman. I was basically just gonna echo what Amanda had just said, so.
Okay, thanks, Stu. Appreciate it
Thank
very
you.
much. Appreciate both of you being available today. This is a big project. Are there any further questions that the board has of either Amanda or Stu on this project? If not, I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Lanning.
Bernhard. I've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor will indicate by saying aye, opposed nay. Brenda will call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Carried. Go on to the next item, H, Mitchell. Tina.
The city of Mitchell is requesting funding for its 13th Avenue Storm and Sanitary Sewer Project. The proposed project will be located along 13th Avenue between Wisconsin Street and Minnesota Street. The primary goal is to reroute storm sewer flow westward towards a proposed detention pond that will be located near South Dakota Highway 37 bypass. The project will also include replacement of the existing clay sanitary sewer lines. The total project amount is $2,059,425. The amount requested is $1,560,000, with the remaining funding for the project coming from local cash. Staff recommendation is to award a $1,560,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates are $61.43 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff analysis indicates that a surcharge of $1.45 is needed for the recommended loan. In addition, the city was awarded a loan in January, and with that surcharge being added to it, that will bring the overall rates to $66.43 for 5,000 gallons usage. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. If there's any representatives from the city of Mitchell on the line, now's your time to address the board.
Thank you, Joe Schrader, Public Works Director with the City of Mitchell. Just want to say thank you for your consideration. I want to thank DA and our staff for all the work they put in, and just say thank you for all your past support, and continue in the future. I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Joe. Any further board questions of Joe? Thank you, Joe, for being available today. I take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the City of Mitchell.
To move, Lanning.
Second, Becker.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'd ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Next item will be the City of Hot Springs. Back to you, Tina.
The City of Hot Springs is requesting funding for its wastewater treatment system improvements project. The city is proposing replacing its current aging wastewater treatment facility. The current system is approaching the end of its useful life with aging infrastructure, odor and corrosion issues, and an expiring irrigation agreement. The city proposes headworks improvements along with aerated lagoons. The headworks will provide a preliminary treatment and flow control to protect the downstream lagoon facilities. The project is being divided into 2 phases. This funding application is for phase 1 of the project. Phase 1 will include the construction of a preliminary treatment building to provide screening and grit removal, rehabilitation of the existing administration building, to provide support continued operations, as well as site work associated with the installation of the new process piping and utilities necessary to integrate and operate the proposed preliminary pretreatment building with the existing facility and future lagoon treatment system proposed under phase 2 of the project. The total project amount is $9,166,000, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $9,166,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates in the city of Hill City are $33.99. Staff analysis indicates that a surcharge of $29.70 is needed for the recommended loan. However, staff believes that current rates have room for some debt coverage, and therefore the rates could be restructured to $55 for 5,000 gallons usage and still provide the necessary funds for operation and maintenance and the required debt coverage. The loan will be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. And we have the mayor of Hot Springs in the room and he'll address the board.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the city of Hot Springs, I'd like to thank the board for considering this funding application. I'd like to thank Tina and Andy for working through the process to get this in front of you. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thanks, Mayor Nelson. The board have any further questions of the mayor? Appreciate you being there today, Mayor. I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Hot Springs.
Motion Jennings.
So moved. Second,
Got a motion
Bernhardt.
and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'd ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings, Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Move on next to the city of Millbank. Back to you, Tina.
The city of Millbank is requesting funding for their wastewater treatment facility improvements. The last major improvement at the city of Millbank's wastewater treatment facility was a phase project that started in 2003 and was final in 2012. Much of the equipment installed during that project is nearing or has reached the end of their 20-year useful life. Additionally, there was equipment that was not replaced during the last major upgrade, which must now be replaced. The city is proposing a phased approach for improvements at the wastewater treatment facility, and the city is requesting funding for phase 1 of this project. Phase 1 of the project includes replacement of the SCADA systems and construction of influent pumping and pretreatment facility improvements. The current influent pumping facilities present capacity, reliability, safety, and maintenance issues that must be addressed. The existing pretreatment building and influent pumping facilities do not have adequate egress and hydraulic capacity, as well as needing replacement of the aging pretreatment building and building infrastructure. The total project amount is $17,500,000, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $15,500,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years and a consolidated grant at 11.5%, not to exceed $2 million. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates in Millbank are $35.74 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff anticipates the surcharge required of a 5,000 gallon residential user will be $55 for the recommended loan, bringing overall rates to $90.74 for 5,000 gallons. I will note that Millbank does not meet the affordability criteria required for clean water SRF principal forgiveness, and the maximum consolidated grant allowed in state law is $2 million. Department staff did reach out to the city and its consultants about the increase in user rates. The city stated that they understood and would like to continue to move forward with the application. The loan will be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. If there's any representatives for the city of Millbank on the line, now's your opportunity to address the board.
Yeah, this is Mayor Pat Rafferty with the city. I'm joined by our city administrator, Steve, and finance officer Cynthia, and then our representative from Banner, both Dennis and Pat. And I would very much like to thank the staff at DANR for their support of the project, and appreciate the board taking it into consideration. It helps us a lot in our continuing improvement plan. So thank you.
Does the board have any further questions? You have quite a team here that you could ask questions of, including the mayor, the administrator, Cynthia, the finance officer, along with Dennis and Pat of Banner. Any questions of them?
Trying to get the right people in the room for you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you sure did. Thank you very much for being available and participating.
Thank you.
Hearing none, I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Millbank. A motion, is there a second?
Second, Jennings.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Brenda will call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Next item will be City of Salem.
City of Salem is requesting funding for its citywide sanitary sewer system improvements project. The city is proposing to complete cured in place pipe lining of various sanitary sewer mains throughout the city's collection system to correct deficiencies and reduce inflow and infiltration. The project will include isolated excavation and point repairs as needed to facilitate the lining, and adding a submersible pump and discharge pipe to the existing lift station at the treatment lagoons to increase capacity. The proposed project includes approximately 10,370 feet of various sizes of CIPP lining. The total project amount is $1,620,000, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $1,620,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates are $62.25 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff analysis indicates a surcharge of $12.95 is needed for the recommended loan. However, staff believes that rates could be restructured to approximately $70 for 5,000 gallons usage and still provide the necessary debt coverage. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. We have any representatives from Salem on the line? Now's your opportunity to address the board.
Good afternoon. Lori Heimiller, Finance Officer from the City of Salem. Just thank you to the board for the consideration, and I'm sorry I missed the water part of this, so.
Thanks, Lori. Appreciate it. Any board members have further questions of Lori Heimiller? Appreciate your participation today, Lori. I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Salem.
So move, Bernhard.
Second, Lanning.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, I'll ask Brenda to call a roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernard,
Aye.
Jennings, Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Next, we'll move to the city of Crooks.
City of Crooks is requesting funding for its Phase 2 street and utility improvements project. This will include the reconstruction of surfacing and utilities of 8 blocks on 1st Avenue, 3rd Street, and 4th Street, as well as replacement of existing utilities along West Avenue. Phase 2 of the project includes the replacement of existing vitrified clay sanitary sewer collection system. While the age of the trunk sewer system is unknown, it remains critical to the Crooks sewer system as it conveys sewage for a large portion of the central residential district of the community. It is estimated that 3,330 feet of PVC sewer main will be installed, as well as 2,200 feet of storm sewer. The total project amount is $3,030,000. which is also the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $2,334,000 clean water SRF loan at 3.75% interest for 30 years and a consolidated grant at 23%, not to exceed $696,000. I will note that the 3.75% interest rate is 1/4% lower than the standard rate in term. This project has been selected for compliance with the Build American, Buy American material procurement requirements. The board adopted rates to allow for projects meeting this requirement to receive a 1/4% interest rate reduction. Additionally, this project has been selected as an equivalency project. For the Clean Water SRF program, engineering and architecture procurement is a requirement for equivalency projects. Because most projects do not meet the procurement requirements, engineering costs cannot be reimbursed by the Clean Water SRF loan. The consolidated program does not have this requirement. Therefore, the consolidated grant is awarded for the main purpose of covering engineering costs. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates for the city of Crooks is $70.70 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff analysis indicates a surcharge of $20.30 is needed for the recommended loan. However, staff believes rates could be restructured to $75 per 5,000 gallons usage and still provide the necessary debt coverage. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. Additionally, engineering costs for this project are not eligible for reimbursement through the Clean Water SRF loan. If there's any representatives from the city of Crooks, now will be your time to address the board.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Jake Morris with DGR Engineering again. This is a piggyback, if you will, to the previously acknowledged drinking water funding. As mentioned, a critical reconstruction project in the original core area and oldest area of town. So lots of benefit to be had with upgrading the utilities in this area. Appreciate again the consideration of this funding.
Thank you, Jake. Does the board have any further questions of Jake? Now, Jake, I want to thank you and Mayor Osby and the Finance Officer Donna for being involved and participating in this. I would take a motion to accept the staff recommendations for the city of Crooks.
Motion, Jennings.
So moved. Second, Becker.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'll ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Move on to the city of Custer.
City of Custer is requesting funding for its 5th Street Collection System Improvements Project. The South Dakota DOT is currently working on design of the reconstruction of Highway 16 385, also known as 5th Street corridor through the city of Custer. The city intends to make improvements to the sanitary sewer collection system in conjunction with the DOT project. The proposed project will include replacing existing vitrified clay pipe sewer mains, upsizing mains from 4 and 6 inch to a minimum of 8 inch PVC, and lowering mains that are in conflict with the South Dakota DOT proposed storm improvements. The total project amount is $2,650,000, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $2,650,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years with 80.2% in principal forgiveness, not to exceed $2,125,000. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Rates in Custer are currently $70.66 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff analysis indicates that a surcharge of $2.60 is needed for the recommended net loan, bringing rates to $73.25 for 5,000 gallons usage. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective. Contingent on the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage, and contingent upon the receipt of the 2026 Clean Water SRF capitalization grant. We have any representatives from the city of Custer on the line? Now's your opportunity to address the board.
Yes, this is Bob Brown, Custer City Mayor, and I'm representing the city and the council and the community members. And I want to thank you for your funding consideration. This project will be performed in a conjunction with the DOT's reconstruction of Highway 16 through the heart of our community. So we need to make necessary utility improvements in conjunction with their timeline. Your financial assistance will make it possible to address the necessary sewer system improvements and replace the lines beneath the highway, which will benefit many generations to come. We're working closely with the South Dakota DOT and are grateful for the assistance of your staff in making all this happen. We appreciate your help and for the financial support, and I thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Brown. Any board members have further questions of the mayor of Custer? If not, I take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Custer.
Motion Jennings.
So moved. Second,
Motion
Bernhardt.
and a second. Any further discussion? Ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Thank you. Move on to the city of Gregory again.
The city of Gregory is requesting funding for phase 2 of its wastewater collection system improvements. The city is proposing work in 2 high priority areas, the first being along Spencer, Felton, and Rice Avenues on the south side of the city, and the second being along a 2-block segment of Spencer Avenue on the northern edge of the community. Sewer work will include the replacement of approximately 3,750 feet of clay sewer pipes with new 8-inch PVC line, along with the replacement of several existing manholes. The project is expected to significantly reduce infiltration and inflow in the collection system. The total project amount is $1,750,000, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $1,750,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates are $50.20 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff analysis indicates a surcharge of $14.30 is needed for the recommended loan, bringing rates to $64.50 for 5,000 gallons usage. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. Any representatives from the city of Gregory on the line? Now's your opportunity to address the board.
This is Camden from SPN representing Gregory. I believe Trudy, the finance officer, and Al, the mayor, are listening in. We just want to thank you for your consideration on this funding and really appreciate it.
Thank you, Camden. Does the board have any further questions of Camden? If not, I want to thank Camden, Mayor Cerny, and Trudy for being available today. I take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Gregory.
So moved, Becker.
Second, Bernhardt.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings.
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. We'll move on to the city of Lemon.
The city of Lemon is requesting funding for its sanitary sewer rehabilitation and replacement project. The city is proposing rehabilitating approximately 6,640 feet of sewer line and an additional 404,820 feet of sewer line will be replaced. The project also includes the replacement of 10 manholes and the rehabilitation of 19 more manholes. Work included will encompass several areas of the city which are considered the most severely compromised. The total project amount is $4,700,000, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $4,700,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates for Lemon users is $29.50 per month. The staff analysis indicates a surcharge of $34.40 is needed for the recommended loan, bringing rates to $63.90 per month. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. If we have any representatives from the city of Lemon on the line, now would be your opportunity to address the board.
Good afternoon. This is Chris Bobzine with HDR Engineering on behalf of the city of Lemon. Again, we appreciate your consideration of funding for this project. It'll help to address the infrastructure problems that we're seeing within the city. Thank you again. Here for any questions.
Board have any further questions about Bozine? Bob, thank you for being available today. I would take hearing no further questions. I'd take a motion to follow staff recommendations.
Motion,
for the
Jennings.
city of Lemon. Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Lanning.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, I'd ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings.
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Move on to Canastota. Back to you, Tina.
City of Canastota is requesting funding for phase 4 of its street and utility improvements project. The city is proposing to remove and replace approximately 6,950 feet of sewer pipe, install approximately 6,710 feet of various sizes of storm sewer, and approximately 19,200 feet of concrete curb and gutter. The sanitary sewer portion of the project will be located in the north half of the city. The storm sewer improvements will be at various locations throughout the city. As mentioned during the drinking water project application, staff followed up with the city and the city's consulting engineer. The original project costs would have caused a significant increase in user rates. The city and the consulting engineer reduced the scope of our work to an estimated project cost of $4,112,000. However, with the original project scope will be reviewed as part of the project award in case the project receives favorable bids. So the total project amount is $6,306,000, $6,306,200, which was the original amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $3,612,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years with principal forgiveness of 69.6%, not to exceed $2,513,000, and a general fund grant at 12.2% of total project costs, not to exceed $500,000. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates in Canastota are $77.32 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff analysis indicates a surcharge of $19 is needed for the recommended loan, bringing rates to $96.32 for 5,000 gallons usage. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage, and contingent upon the receipt of the 2026 Clean Water SRF capitalization grant. If there's any representatives from the city of Canastota on the line, now's your opportunity to address the board.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Gabe Lauber with HDR Engineering again. I know we have representatives from the city on as well. I'd just like to thank you for your consideration on this project and can answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Dave. Does the board have any further questions of Dave? If not, I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Canastota.
So moved, Lanning.
So moved. Second, Becker.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, I'd ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Move on to the next item, Elkton, City of Elkton.
Right. The city of Elkton is requesting funding for the remainder of phase 3 and phase 4 of the wastewater systems improvement project. The city of Elkton is proposing to improve sanitary sewer along North Drive, as well as the underfunded portion of phase 3, which includes Antelope Street from 7th to 8th Street. The improvements will include the replacement of approximately 2,540 feet of 8-inch sewer main and 7 sanitary sewer manholes. 20 sanitary sewer service lines will be replaced to the edge of the street right of way. The total project amount is $1,225,000, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $632,000 Clean Water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years and a consolidated grant at 48.5%, not to exceed $593,000. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates for the city of Elkton are $70.15 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff analysis indicates a surcharge of $9.85 is needed for the recommended loan, bringing rates to $80 for 5,000 gallons usage. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. If we have any representatives from Elkton on the line, now's your opportunity to address the board.
Hello, this is Jeff McCormick with SPN. On behalf of City of Elkton, I do know that the finance officer is online. Thank you for consideration of this phase 4 project. With this project will be the final phase. With this, we would have replaced over 25,000 feet of 8-inch clay pipe and have eliminated 2 sanitary sewer lift stations from their system. We greatly appreciate your continued support. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Jeff. Does the board have any further questions of Jeff? If not, I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Elkton.
Motion, Jennings.
Second, Lanning.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Brenda, would you please call the roll?
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye. Motion carried. Next item we have is Northdale Sanitary District. Tina.
Northdale Sanitary District is requesting funding for its sanitary sewer reroute project. The sanitary district is proposing to install a new force main along Daisy Drive and the abandonment of the existing force main along East Daisy Drive. The existing force main is being abandoned due to the high failure risk as it is in close proximity to a sinkhole. Approximately 2,500 feet of force main will need to be installed as part of this project. The total project amount is $1,181,000, which is also the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $1,181,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years. The sanitary district has pledged system revenues for repayment of the loan. Current rates are $45 per month. Staff analysis indicates that approximately $234,800 of revenue is needed for the required debt service. Staff estimates that this will increase user rates approximately $20 per month, bringing total rates to $65 per month. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing rates at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. If we have any representatives for Northdale Sanitary District, now's your opportunity to address the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and DANR staff. This is Cotty Hayes, and I'm here with Mr. Alan Orr. We're both board members for Northdale Sanitary District, and we'd like to thank you for the consideration of this funding, and look forward to doing business with you folks here in the future to where we can get this reroute project completed for the benefit of our homeowners.
Cotty, appreciate you being there today. And if any board members have any further questions of Cotty and Alan, you're free to ask them now. This is an unfortunate situation where the sinkhole was caused by an underground gypsum mine in that area. This is something I don't know if this project would have been needed at all without that sinkhole being caused. Is that a true statement, Cotty?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, that is correct. And the current routing of that forced main, it's currently right over the top of the brunt of that sinkhole. And one of the homes is currently sinking into that hole. And once that home goes, it'll take the front yard and the sidewalk, which encompasses the forced main. At that point in time, when that happens, we will lose our ability to service the Hideaway Hills portion of our subdivision.
My best of luck to you. Thank you, Cotty and Alan, for being available today. And I would, if there's no further questions, I'd take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the Northdale Sanitary District.
Motion, Jennings.
Second, Bernhard.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'd ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Next item that I have is back to Valley Springs. Tina.
City of Valley Springs is requesting funding for its street and utility improvements project. The city is proposing to remove and replace sanitary sewer mains throughout the city. The project will replace 2,370 feet of sanitary main with 8-inch sanitary sewer pipe. The city is also proposing storm sewer and box culvert work, along with constructing approximately 4,730 feet of concrete curb and gutter. The total project amount is $2,417,000, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $2,087,000 clean water SRF loan at 3.75% interest for 30 years and a consolidated grant at 13.7%, not to exceed $330,000. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates in Valley Springs is $35 for 5,000 gallons of usage. Staff analysis indicates that a surcharge of $30 is needed for the recommended loan. However, staff believes that the current rates do not cover the operation and maintenance expenses for the city. Staff analysis indicates that rates should be around $75 a month to cover the loan and ongoing operation and maintenance costs. I will note that the 3.75% interest rate is 0.25% lower than the standard rate in term. This project has been selected for compliance with the Build American, Buy American material procurement requirements. The board adopted rates to allow for projects meeting this requirement to receive a 0.25% interest rate reduction. Additionally, this project has been selected as an equivalency project for Clean Water SRF. For the Clean Water SRF program, engineering and architectural procurement is a requirement for equivalency projects. Because most projects do not meet the procurement requirements, engineering costs cannot be reimbursed by the Clean Water SRF loan. The consolidated program does not have this requirement. Therefore, the consolidated grant is being awarded for the main purpose of covering engineering costs. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the bond resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. As noted, the loan will have a condition that engineering costs for this project are not eligible for reimbursement through the Clean Water SRF loan. Do you have any representatives for Valley Springs on the line? Now's your opportunity to address the board.
Rick.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
Yes, Rick Larson, Mayor here. Thank you, Gabe and HDR, for all your hard work. I appreciate the consideration of the approval of this project, and also for the one earlier approved. These go hand in hand for meeting necessary infrastructure costs. Any questions?
Board have any further questions? Mayor Rick Larson has made himself available, and I think Gabe is also on the line. Hearing no further questions, I'd ask for a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Valley Springs.
So move, planning.
Becker.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Brenda, I'd ask you to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings.
Aye.
Manning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Next item I have on the agenda is Viborg, City of Viborg.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. This will be the first of two applications for the city of Viborg. The first one is for its collection system improvements project. The city is proposing open cut sewer replacement of 550 feet of 4-inch service piping, 2,500 feet of 8-inch sanitary sewer, 1,100 feet of 12-inch sanitary sewer, and 12 manholes. The area of the project is near Peterson Drive and Pioneer Avenue, as well as along Sorensen Street and Norris Street. The total project amount is $1,946,800, which is also the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $1,946,000 Clean Water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years. City has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates are $42.65 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff analysis indicates that a surcharge of $24.60 is needed to provide the required debt coverage. As I mentioned, there'll be a second application to be considered, and it is the next item on the agenda. If both projects are awarded, the resulting rates would be $70.40 for 5,000 gallons usage. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. If there's any representatives for Viborg on the line, now's your opportunity to address the board.
Pat Carey with Banner Associates, again on behalf of the city. This project is tied to the previous funding that was granted for the drinking water And the clean water was actually the main driver of the work in this area based on flow monitoring that was done. There's a significant amount of I&I and pipe degradation that was seen. So this will be a big help in improving the infrastructure in the northeast part of the city. So thank you to the board and the Danner staff for your help in this. And the city truly appreciates the funding to make these projects possible.
Thank you,
Available for
Pat.
any questions.
Okay. Any questions of the board for Pat relative to this application? Tina, I have one point of clarification. The requested funding was $1,946,800. What is the amount that the staff is recommending?
$1,946,000.
Even. Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions relative to this that need to be answered? If not, I take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Viborg we might need to have the amount in this one just to clarify these motions. So in the amount of $1,946,000.
So move Bernhard.
Second, Denny.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, I'll ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings. Aye. Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Move on to the next item for the city of Viborg.
All right. The second application is for funding for its Highway 19 sanitary sewer relocation project. The city's proposing the relocation of portions of the sanitary sewer system in coordination with South Dakota Department of Transportation's Highway 19 project. The project includes the installation of 2 manholes, installation of 760 feet of 8-inch sanitary sewer and 90 feet of 4-inch sanitary sewer. The total project amount is $249,200, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $249,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. As mentioned before, the rates are $42.65 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff analysis indicates a surcharge of $3.15 is needed for this recommended loan. The surcharge, in conjunction with the previous item that was also awarded funding for the city of Viborg, would bring rates to $40 or $70.40 for 5,000 gallons usage. Again, the loan will be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. Again, representatives for the city of Viborg, now's your opportunity to address the board.
All right. Thank you again, Pat Carey, Banner Associates. Again, this project is necessitated by the DOT reconstruction. It was not a planned project by the city, but became necessary due to the storm sewer that the DOT was going to install to improve drainage for the city and the highway. So the city is very grateful for this funding. It would have been difficult for them to accomplish the work along with DOT without it. So they send their thanks to the board and DNR staff. Any questions? I'm available.
Thank you, Pat. Any questions the board has of Pat? Now I take a motion to follow staff recommendations for this application for City of Viborg.
So moved, Becker.
Second, Lanning.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Brenda, please call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings. Aye. Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Next item I have on the agenda is for the City of Bryant.
City of Bryant is requesting funding for Phase 2B of its wastewater improvements project. The city is proposing to replace approximately 2,500 feet of aging vitrified clay pipe sewer main located along Hill Street from South Dakota Highway 28 to one half block north on 4th Avenue. On Railway Street from South Dakota Highway 28 to midway between 4th and 5th Avenue, on 4th Avenue between Hill Street and Railway Street, and between Hill Street and Underwood Street, and on Prospect Street between 5th Avenue and 7th Avenue. The total project amount is $2,259,000, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $2,259,000 Clean Water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years with principal forgiveness of 57.5%, not to exceed $1,298,000. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates are $70.05 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff analysis indicates a surcharge of $23.20 is needed for the recommended loan, which would bring rates to $93.25 for 5,000 gallons usage. However, staff believes rates could be restructured to $73.25 for 5,000 gallons usage and still provide the necessary debt coverage. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, contingent upon the borrower establishing the surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage, and contingent upon the receipt of the 2026 Clean Water SRF capitalization grant. We have representatives from the city of Bryant on the line. Now is your opportunity to address the board.
Thank you, Tina. This is Karen with IMEG, and Carter with IMEG is also here, along with Christy, the finance officer. On behalf of the city, we just want to thank you for your consideration of this project. Again, this is in conjunction with the water improvements project, kind of one of the main projects in several along the line that they would like to do here. And we just really, really appreciate all your time and efforts with these funds.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you, IMEG, for being part of this. Thanks, Lisa. Does the board have any further questions? If not, I take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Bryant.
Motion, Jennings.
Second, Lanning.
Second, Bernhardt.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Brenda, please call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Next item is Clear Lake.
City of Clear Lake is requesting funding for a storm sewer improvements project. The city's proposing storm sewer improvements in conjunction with its drinking water distribution project that was awarded earlier. The project includes a replacement of aging and undersized storm sewer infrastructure. The proposed project area is 6th Street and 7th Street from 2nd Avenue to Prospect Avenue, 1st and 2nd Avenues from 5th Street to Lockhart Street, and Prospect Avenue from 6th Street to Lockhart Street. The total project amount is $2,130,000, $2,130,400, which is the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award a $2,130,000 Clean Water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates are $67.65 for 5,000 gallons usage. Staff analysis indicates a surcharge of $18.85 is needed for the recommended loan. However, staff believes that rates could be restructured to keep the current rates of $67.65 for 5,000 gallons usage and still provide the necessary debt coverage. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. If we have representatives from Clear Lake on the line, now's your opportunity to address the board.
Hi, yes, again, this is Mary Kruger, Finance Officer from the City of Clear Lake. Our Mayor, Lisa Lundberg, is also on the meeting here, and really appreciate this funding package for our Phase 1B project that's in conjunction with the drinking water funding that was mentioned earlier. This is one of the oldest parts of town. It's in the original plat, and it really we'd really like to improve these things for our residents, and we appreciate it. And if you have any questions, let us know.
Any questions the board has of Mary or Mayor Lundberg? Hearing none, I take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Clear Lake.
So moved, Becker.
Second, Bernhard.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, I'd ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. The last item I have under agenda item 18 is Wilmot, City of Wilmot.
Yes, the city of Wilmot is requesting funding for its outfall line to the wastewater treatment facility. The city is proposing the replacement of the 18-inch clay pipe outfall line from the intersection of Park Avenue and Main Street to the wastewater treatment facility on the east side of the city. The total project amount is $850,000, which is also the amount requested. Staff recommendation is to award an $850,000 clean water SRF loan at 4% interest for 30 years. The city has pledged a project surcharge for repayment of the loan. Current rates are $55.50. Staff analysis indicates the surcharge of $17.75 is needed for the recommended loan, bringing overall rates to $73.25. The loan will be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower establishing a surcharge at a level sufficient to provide the required debt coverage. If there's any representatives from the city of Wilmot on the line, now's your opportunity to address the board.
Hi, this is Mayor Zach Semple from Wilmot, sitting here with our engineer April from IMEG. We'd like to thank the DANR board for consideration and awarding us the loans for this, and appreciate all the help that you've given us in the past and future here. Any questions?
Thank you. Any board questions? Hearing none, but I appreciate you being on the line to be available today. I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations on the city of Wilmot.
Motion, Jennings.
Second, Lanning.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Brenda, please call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Tina, we'll let you take a break.
Well, I got one thing before I hand it over to Andy.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go over the remaining funds available after the awards that were awarded during this meeting.
Okay.
We'll start, as Andy mentioned, this morning, we awarded our remaining American Rescue Plan ARPA grants. So we have a balance of 0 there to award. Under the Consolidated Water Facilities Construction Program, we had approximately $12.2 million available for award. And with our awards at today's board meeting, we awarded over $9.6 million. So we have approximately almost $2.6 million moving forward to the next board meeting. We mentioned the general funds that were available from Senate Bill 222. We did award all $2 million during this board meeting. So we no longer have funds available from that source. We did not have any applications that qualified for the drinking water emerging contaminants smaller disadvantaged community grant, so that remains at the $22,352,000 balance. Moving on to the drinking water principal forgiveness. At the beginning of the board meeting, we had approximately $1.4 million to award. With our recommendations, we awarded a little over 1.3 million. We have approximately $50,000 left on that. For our principal forgiveness for disadvantaged communities, we had a current amount required to be awarded of $456,000, and we awarded $455,000. So we still have $1,000 to go to meet our minimum balance. As we've said, we're kind of waiting for our final allocations to verify exactly those numbers. So those numbers could change a little bit going into our June meeting as well. From the bill or IIJA supplemental principal forgiveness for disadvantaged communities, we had $22.6 million to award from that pot of funds, and we awarded just over 5.6 million. So we still have a good almost $17 million to award out of that funding. Under our emerging contaminants principal forgiveness, this is the BIL IIJA source of funding. Again, we had $8.6 million available to award, and we awarded a $1.3 million loan for a project, and that balance is now at $7.3 million. Then moving on to the clean water side. Again, our minimum required balance was 1.3, a little over $1.3 million to award, which we did award during this board meeting. Again, with the allocations from EPA, we're a little lenient to over award, so we're going to hold on that for right now until we get more information from EPA. Under the IIJA supplemental principal forgiveness for disadvantaged communities, we had approximately $6.8 million to award, and we awarded 6.7. So we have a little over $100,000 to award on that. And then we did not have any applicants for clean water emerging contaminants funding. So with that, I will let Andy move to item 19.
So Tina and Andy, I don't think the board members have copies of those available funds in our packet. So could you email those to the board members, please?
Well, we will have that available for you.
Thank you. Your turn, Andy. First thing up, I think under the Solid Waste Management Program funding applications is the city of Belle Fourche.
Correct, and we'll just briefly, because solid waste is fairly quick, available funds for solid waste beginning this meeting. Between prior year available funds, a little bit that had reverted from prior project, and then the 2026 omnibus bill appropriation. So just a little over $3.66 million available for solid waste funding at this meeting. Yes, with just kind of a little background again on solid waste projects. In many cases, solid waste only project recommendations have been around a 20% subsidy for public entities. Recycling projects for public entities typically are provided a little higher subsidy due to their being higher in the solid waste hierarchy, typically closer to that 50% level for public entities. And we are allowed to do some funding for private for-profit entities. Usually subsidy levels for those kinds of projects are very limited. The first application is from Belle Fourche. They're proposing construction of a new landfill cell in Area 3 at the landfill. Project will add airspace capacity to the landfill and construct a composite base liner system, leachate collection and pumping system to convey leachate to the city's sanitary sewer infrastructure for treatment at their wastewater lagoons. Total project amount is $2,836,000. That is the amount that was requested. As a landfill construction project, most aspects are eligible for Clean Water SRF loan funding related to water quality protection. The city had this project placed on the state water plan, anticipating Clean Water SRF funding being necessary. I would note Belle Fourche annually transfers over $1.4 million from the landfill fund to its general fund to assist in other city expenses. These transfers are not something that DANR staff encourages, as they result in less funds available for landfill operations and potentially higher cost to users than would otherwise be necessary for landfill expenses. Staff recommendation based on that is to award $2,552,400 Clean Water SRF loan at 3.75% for 20 years and award a solid waste management program grant at 10%, not to exceed $283,600. They pledged system revenue for a payment of the loan. The rates currently are $68 per ton for municipal solid waste. Our analysis indicates that at their current revenues and expenses, coverage is approximately 525% for this loan. Loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective. There are representatives from Belle Fourche who would like to speak on behalf of the project. Now's your opportunity.
Jason Lafayette, City Administrator for the City of Belle Fourche, and just want to say thank you for the thoughts on this and pushing this forward for us.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions the board members have of Jason? So Andy, just so I have this clear in my own mind, the loan was for $2,552,400. And the grant was for $283,200.
$283,600 for the grant.
600. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions of Jason? Hearing none, I take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the City of Belle Fourche.
Motion Jennings.
Second, Lanning.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Next item is City of Sioux Falls. Andy.
Sioux Falls is proposing to renovate and expand their existing household hazardous waste facility. The improvements include constructing a new storage building, loading dock repairs, and interior repairs of the existing facility. These improvements will allow the city to continue to keep these materials from entering the landfill and are more safely handled for all with the facility improvements. Total project amount is $700,000. City has requested $350,000, with the remaining $350,000 coming from local funds. Staff recommendation is to award a solid waste management program grant at 50%, not to exceed $350,000. I believe we have representatives from City of Sioux Falls landfill on the line. Now would be your opportunity to address the board.
Good afternoon. This is Josh Peterson with the City of Sioux Falls. Thank you to the board for considering our request. Our household hazardous waste facility was constructed in 2004, and growth in our service has just been huge since its construction. So trying to create a little additional space to improve the operations for collecting and sorting materials, and then repairing and renovating our loading dock for more efficient shipping, And then also our reuse room is very tired and want to renovate that for a better user experience for our customers. Happy to take any
Thanks, Joshua.
questions.
Board members have any questions for Joshua? Appreciate you being there today, Joshua. I would take a motion to follow staff recommendations for the city of Sioux Falls.
So moved, Bernhard.
Becker.
And a second. Any further discussion? Ask Brenda to call the roll, please.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Next item is Vermillion.
City of Vermillion is proposing modifications to their existing landfill, which will include partial closure of existing cells that have reached their capacity and constructing a new cell to meet future demand. The proposed work will include construction of a liner and leachate collection system and final grading, soil cover, and erosion control measures. Total project amount is $2,842,500. They've requested $2,700,375, with the remaining $142,125 in local funds. As a landfill cell construction project, again, many aspects of the project are eligible for Clean Water SRF loan funding related to water quality protection. City had this project placed on the state water plan, anticipating Clean Water SRF loan funding being necessary. Staff recommendation is to award a $2,132,000 Clean Water SRF loan at 3.5% for 10 years and award a solid waste management program grant at 20%, not to exceed $568,000. They pledge system revenue for a payment of the loan. Current rates are $69.50 per ton for municipal solid waste. Our analysis indicates that at current system revenues, coverage is approximately 210% for this loan. The loan would be contingent upon the borrower adopting a bond resolution and the resolution becoming effective, and contingent upon the borrower executing a revised joint powers agreement between the City of Vermillion, the City of Yankton, Clay County, and Yankton County. We have representatives on behalf of the Vermillion landfill project. Now is your opportunity to speak.
Yeah, hi everyone. This is Jacob Hedman with Burns and McDonnell Engineering Company. I'm here to represent the City of Vermillion. Just want to take this opportunity to thank the board for consideration of this project, and I can be available for any questions.
Does the board members have any further questions for Jacob? Appreciate you being here today, Jacob. I would ask for a motion to follow staff recommendations for the City of Vermillion landfill.
So moved, Bernhard.
Second,
Second,
Lanning.
Becker.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'd ask Brenda to call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings,
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. Andy, I haven't heard anything further whether the Zantac application is going to be heard today or not.
We are going to present it and recommendation. I'll give you the presentation and our recommendation. At this
Okay.
time.
Okay,
Zantac is a private for-profit entity down in the Lennox General Region. They are a company that takes hard to recycle plastic waste and other wastes and converts those materials into some composite products, currently primarily fence posts. They are proposing to expand their facility and install additional equipment to boost processing capacity, enabling them to increase the amount of material they are able to handle. Total project amount is estimated at $5,250,000. and they've requested $2,500,000. The remaining $2,500,000 has been applied for from the Governor's Office of Economic Development, and as well as a local bank being involved potentially in some portion. Staff recommendation at this time is to defer action until the June 2026 meeting. By rule, the board may defer action on funding decisions for up to 120 days for complete applications. Staff has been in discussions with GOED and Zontech representatives regarding the funding request and overall projects. These discussions have continued regarding the ability for staff to develop a funding recommendation, potentially for the board to consider. At this time, we are not prepared to provide a final recommendation for funding to the board.
Thank you, Andy. Are there any board questions relative to this? If not, I would ask for a motion to follow staff recommendations and defer action on the Recycled Materials, Inc. doing business as Zantech.
So moved, Bernhard.
Have a motion is there- and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor will say aye, opposed nay. Brenda, please call the roll.
Becker,
Aye.
Bernhard,
Aye.
Jennings.
Aye.
Lanning,
Aye.
Drews.
Aye, motion carried. We're
Brief recap, we'll just go over where the funds that were awarded for solid waste funding today, Mr. Chair.
Good.
There was just over $1.2 million of funding awarded, so we do have a little over $2.46 million of funding available for upcoming requests for the rest of the year.
Thank you. We're getting to the end of the agenda. Item 20 is the June 25, 26 meeting. That continue to be scheduled as a 2-day meeting.
Mr. Chair, I believe depending on how many funding applications, likely will be a 1-day meeting. Likely, either a morning or an afternoon meeting, as we've had in the last couple of years. So far, what we have on our agenda, would be looking at funding applications. We do have a joint powers agreement with planning districts that we'll have to update at that point. We will give an update on our bond issuance. And then we also have a private loan review agreement renewal to do as well. As always, there might be other additional things that get added on throughout the meeting or throughout the quarter up till the next meeting, but those are the items of note currently.
Good, thank you. Well, as always, appreciate all the work that the staff puts into these applications and the presentations. It makes it pretty easy for the board to go through the packets and figure out what's being recommended. So appreciate that completely. I think unless there's something else before adjournment, does anybody have anything that we're good to the order before we adjourn?
I just have I have a message for Brenda. Brenda, I plan to be back in Pier on Monday. So anyway, if I need to sign things, that would probably be the best time.
Okay, we'll come.
Instead of stopping at home, Todd, you might as well just come to the office and start signing.
You know, I'll have to do some exercises before I get there.
Okay, thank you. I take a motion to adjourn.
Someone planning.
Had a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, nay.
Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drews, for sharing.
Yep, you bet.
you